You know things will be going bad when we start calling you Mr. Fleming. Yeah. You know the writing. There's a warning.
All right, I'm just looking for the signal. We're good to go. Good morning. I'll call the November 17th regular council meeting to order at 9 a.m. here today for our first budget meeting. I'll start with our land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize we stand upon land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. The City honors the first peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. I don't think I see anyone who's not a city staff member, so you should all know where the emergency exit and washrooms are. As I said, we are here to do our first budget meeting for 2026. Councillor Nguyen is attending a Water Commission meeting this morning and will join us later this afternoon. First, I am looking for a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll move that we adopt the agenda as printed and circulate it.
Thank you. I'll accept that motion. Does everyone have their e-scribe open? Just waiting for it to come up. Perfect. Is there any changes? No? Okay. Call the question. And carried. All right, next we'll move on to our city manager introduction of the budget. Mr. Troy Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor Macon. I'm going to start off today. This is the only one that I'll do for the budget. We do have the capital and operating budget that get presented separately. Mr. Eamon will do two separate introductions to those because his is quite a bit more technical. The intent of my introduction is a few things. One, to just bring forward a few kind of interesting facts that I want to highlight for council, and really just to tell a bit of the story behind the budget and point out a few things that I really want council's eye on as we go forward. So just sets a bit of a context. As always, I want to start out by thanking the team, Ms. Andruko and Mr. Eamon, and the huge number of staff with the city that are involved in this process. It really spins up, pretty much starts in January, February of each year, and takes us about 10, 11 months to get to this point. And it's a lot of meetings and a lot of work that's being done and a lot of analysis. And I just want to thank everyone for their hard work, and that our budget process is something that we're really proud of here. And hopefully it works for council, but we're always open to that feedback if you think there's things we could be doing differently. So as I mentioned, council is responsible for reviewing and approving four distinct budget elements. There's the capital budget, which we'll talk about today, the 10-year capital plan, which we potentially will also talk about today if we get that far, 2026 operating budget, and then the 3-year operating financial plan forecast. So the considerations for this budget, as you can see now, major capital projects are part of what's driving cost increases for the city. The aquatics facility is now in this budget for the first time, as we can see. Inflationary impacts are still present. There has been a lot of inflation, and it has been high for municipalities for quite some time. Within our budget, inflation tends to lag a little bit. So there might be high inflation years, but you might not see it put into budgets for a couple of years after that because of the time it takes us to work our way through and get updated contracts and updated prices from vendors and whatnot. But there still is a significant amount of inflation that we find in this budget. And probably what's unique about this budget, I mentioned this to council during orientation, but there is a little bit of work we think we need to do to make sure that we support our frontline staff with the support services within the city. So there are some staffing and other requests related to legislated services and people services and whatnot. I would say the biggest piece of the story here is that this budget is largely impacted by a high level of population growth. This increases the pressure on our existing services And this is something we expect to persist in the near future. So this was something we showed in council during orientation, but just for the general public's viewing. You can see at the very end of our population growth line there that we are in a fairly steep upward trajectory for population growth, obviously tapered off during and through COVID, and then after that it's taken off. And what is it that we think why do we think that's primarily going to continue? So for us, we haven't done a census, so we can't say for sure what the population growth was this year. But we do know that our approved permits for housing starts is really high right now. And for 2025, it's impossible to say exactly what it'll be, but we're projecting that it could be 80 or 90% higher than what it was even last year. So as those dwelling units get built and occupied, you would expect that there'll be, that will contribute towards an additional population within the city. So we know that the people are coming, we know that the housing units are being built, and as a city, we want to be prepared for that, so we're not reacting to it after it happens. With respect to the capital budget itself, it is significantly influenced by the previous decisions of council, the aquatic center being the most important aspect of that. And I do want to make sure, I always point this out to council, that when you're looking at the capital budget, you always want to look at two factors. You want to look at what the cost of the actual project is, and then make sure that you're also looking at the operating impact of any capital budget project. So every time we build something, every time we acquire an asset, more than likely that asset's going to have some kind of ongoing operating costs to the city that will hit the operating budget. So make sure you're looking at both aspects of that as you're considering projects. For the last, I say 5 or 6 years, I kept saying to council, you know, there's this bubble of capital spending that's coming. There's this bubble coming. So the bubble came, and now we're in a bit of a capital spending bubble, I would say right now. We're at the beginning period of it, with the aquatic center being the first piece of that, and then the fire hall and other projects that may follow along after. That being said, I always want to impress upon council that we want to don't just focus on what those new amenities are, but make sure that we're taking good care of the existing infrastructure and the existing assets that the city has. And you can see that reflected in the budget that we put forward to council. The two most prominent examples, of course, being the road rehab program. We did add $360,000 to it, and then the neighborhood rehab program has a significant increase in ongoing tax-funded contribution as well. So that's a good example of us making sure we're committed to making to the city's existing important infrastructure while we focus on new programs and new facilities. 4 major capital projects: the aquatics facility, $72 million previously approved. For this year, there's a $2 million ongoing tax-funded contribution for 2026 and projected for 2027. I have had some feedback from council that the capital, from a couple members of council, that the capital budget, the aquatics facility is really absent from being mentioned in the capital budget. And that's really good feedback, and something that will, by the end of the week, we're going to do a slight revision to the capital budget document that we've put out to make sure that we do a better job getting that information to the general public. It is a previously approved project of council, and probably at a point now where it'd be very difficult to not move ahead with it. So that's why you don't see it in that. But I think as a city, we can do a better job of making sure there's information included in the document itself of our ongoing previously committed to projects. So I appreciate that feedback, and we will make an adjustment there for sure. The neighborhood rehab program is in there for $5.7 million. That's a very important program for the city. The road rehab program, $2.8 million. Industrial wastewater extension. There'll be more information on all these, but that's a $5 million levy funded project. Fleet, when you consider the ladder truck and the other fleet additions in total, come to $5 million. And the fire hall is noted in there as being a $21 million project, but noted that it will be, the decision on that will actually come probably sometime in the middle part of 2026. And then with respect to the 10-year capital plan, it does show that our debt limit does peak out at 72%, which is slightly under our internal debt capacity. Of course, those projections are based on Class 5 cost estimates for a number of projects. So we can't say for sure that's where it's going to be, but the debt limit is at the 72% to peak out. So it doesn't look like, if everything stayed on the way it is with the cost projections we have, we would not exceed our internal debt capacity limit. And that does include secondary, or a water line supply and the new arena, amongst other projects. So as it is now, we would get close to, but not exceed our internal debt capacity. So just make sure for council that you're keeping that in mind as you're making decisions. And then make sure you consider the impacts of current and future major capital decisions on the debt limit and on the operating budget, as I mentioned before. And it is worth noting that the DCC arena, the second arena, is now within the 5-year planning window. It's being shown as $26 million, and it shows the design funding being approved in 2030, which would actually be the next council that would do that. With respect to the operating budget, the 2026 budget is recommending a significant property tax increase. Some of the increases are related to 2025 budget deferrals, things we could have done last year, but move forward to this year. And that leaves us with a property tax increase of roughly 10.5%. Some of the unique cost drivers beyond things like inflation and growth. The new aquatics facility does have a $2 million ongoing operating budget impact. And I would note that the net kind of hole in our budget, as we've been calling it, for the removal of automated traffic enforcement is just under $1 million as well. And that's something that we are recommending closing up and making that budget hole there. Our CMP contract inflation, that's around $680,000, and the compensation adjustment for staff is around $1.5 million. So those are good examples of high inflationary impacts in the budget. And some of the examples of investing in our existing assets that I mentioned before: neighborhood rehab program, just over $1 million. That's annual, ongoing, stays in the budget forever, recommended funding. Same with the road rehab program, $360,000. The reserve contribution, so again, that's an annual increase of just over $1 million to deal with generally inflationary impacts within our reserve contributions to replace assets. And then our actual asset management resources is for $100,000. Pressures related to growth. When I talk about the population growth, that of course does drive a lot of different costs, staffing being one of them. So you see things like firefighters, park staffing, building codes, development permits. There's an accounting position in there as well. Staff that I probably wouldn't say are related to growth as much, probably more related to evolving our business practices, things like the asset management position, procurement advisor, and even the community peace officer. In a way, you could say that that's growth, but that's related to the replacement of the ATE services that we've lost. And then a few new initiatives, minor ones. Strategic plan engagement. Council will want to consider that one. That's the money that we spend to get feedback from the public before council revises the strategic plan. And the hearing conservation program, that's sort of a regulatory requirement that we're trying to fulfill there. And then there's a lot in this budget to help us continue to plan for the future, which has always been an emphasis for us. The Transportation Master Plan, Veterans Way Functional Planning Study, Culture and Recreation Master Plan, Fire Hall Detailed Design, which is underway already, no approval required on that one, and the Storm Drainage Master Plan. So really want to look ahead to the future to see what we have. And just one final slide related to the historical property tax increases that we've had within the city. If you look over the last 8 or so years, or 9 years, I guess it would be on that, the sum of the residential property tax increases in that time has been just over 18%, while CPI has been around 29%. So from a property tax increase perspective for residential, and even more for non-residential, we really have been able to keep it lower than the sort of the consumer price index. That will obviously change a bit with a budget like this one, but for the most part, the city has a history of doing really well in terms of limiting our property tax increases. So don't know if that helps when you consider the context of the budget that we have in front of us here today, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Eamon and he'll go through his introduction and then we'll take questions. You're going here?
Well, thank you, Mr. Fleming, and good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer, and joining me today is Shannon Andruko, Manager of Budget and Financial Planning. I'm pleased to present Council with an overview of the proposed 2026 capital budget and to review the process we'll be following for these budget meetings. As Mr. Fleming mentioned, the focus of today's meeting is on the proposed 2026 capital budget, along with the 10-year capital plan for years 2026 through 2035. As outlined in the agenda, administration will be presenting these items separately for Council's review and consideration. If we don't finish the capital budget presentations today, we'll continue them on day 2, November 20th. Once the capital budget presentations have concluded, we will then move on to presentations of the proposed 2026 operating budget. Administration recommends that Council hear both the capital and operating budget presentations in their entirety before putting motions forward and entering budget deliberations. To help with this, Council is advised to follow the flagged items and questions process. The process allows Council to receive the entire budget presentation and receive supplementary budget information as needed prior to commencing budget deliberations. So just as review of the flagged items process, during and after the budget presentations, Council may ask administration questions for clarification. Council consensus or vote is not required. Department directors responsible for capital projects are here to assist. If a question cannot be readily answered by administration, or if a considerable amount of work is required, the City Manager will advise Council of options for when the information can be made available. Should a Council member wish to flag an item for discussion later, the Mayor will determine if there is unanimous consent. If unanimous consent is given, then the item will be considered flagged. If the item does not have consensus, or if a vote is requested by a Council member, a vote will be held, and if the item receives the majority of votes, then the item will be considered flagged. Council members wishing to put a motion forward on day 1 that is not specific to a presented or flagged item should give notice of motion, which would then be addressed on day 2 or at a later budget meeting. Administration will track the flagged items and any unanswered questions at each meeting for follow-up with Council. As for the order of today's presentations, I'll begin with an overview of the proposed 2026 capital budget. Next, I'll present the annual capital programs for Council's review and consideration. And I'll also review some upcoming capital projects which are not part of the 2026 capital budget, but will come back to Council for future approval. And after that, department directors will present their respective 2026 capital budget recommendations. Directors presenting include Mr. Gagnon, Director of Public Works, Mr. Schaefer, Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering, Mr. Harder, Director of Information Technology, Mr. Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation, Chief Martins, Director of Fire Services, Ms. Rayner, Director of Protective Services, and Ms. Miller, Director of Utilities and Sustainability. Once the capital budget presentations and questions have concluded, I will then present an overview of the 10-year capital plan, and similarly, Council will have the opportunity to ask clarifying questions and or flag items specific to the 10-year capital plan. Council's formal approval of the 2026 capital budget and adoption of the 10-year capital plan is scheduled for December 9th, coinciding with Council's approval of the 2026 operating budget. Before I begin my overview, I'd like to remind everyone of the sections within the 2026 capital budget document. Section 1 includes the 2026 capital budget in brief, along with budget breakdowns by asset categories and funding sources. Section 2 details the proposed 2026 capital budget recommendations, and Section 3 includes information on the 10-year capital plan. As well, please note that the table of contents includes links to relevant financial policies and other supporting information that readers may find useful. And just one final reminder, the meetings are scheduled from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. We will be breaking for lunch, and other breaks may be called as needed. Municipal infrastructure is essential for providing services which are critical to the everyday lives of citizens. Services such as safe roads, clean drinking water, fire protection, and municipal enforcement would not be possible without capital assets that function properly and are well maintained. The city is committed to careful long-term planning and budgeting of its capital assets to meet the needs of a growing community while responsibly managing its finances. The capital plan is developed in accordance with the city's operating and capital budgets policy, FIN 24-C, and meets the requirements under the Municipal Government Act. The city's capital plan consists of two components, the proposed 2026 capital budget and the proposed 10-year capital plan. The capital budget establishes the city's capital requirements over the next 12 months. Its primary focus is to support critical infrastructure and equipment over the short term in order to maintain service levels. The 10-year capital plan, on the other hand, assesses the city's capital requirements over a longer time horizon. It extends 9 years beyond the capital budget and responds to the future needs of the community and addresses the future maintenance and replacement of aging assets. The proposed 2026 capital budget includes total planned spending of approximately $18.6 million. In addition, there are several upcoming capital projects totaling $27.4 million and a developer levy project for approximately $590,000. By way of comparison, the approved 2025 capital budget totaled $14.2 million. 4 capital asset categories are represented in the proposed 2026 capital budget, starting with engineering structures, which represent the largest category at approximately $9.8 million, or about 53% of the total capital budget. This category includes local road rehabilitation for $2.9 million, neighborhood rehab for $5.7 million, $675,000 for the South Fort Drive and South Fort Boulevard widening design project, and $600,000 for the sump pump retrofit program. Next, vehicles, machinery, and equipment total approximately $6.2 million. This includes equipment lifecycle replacements of $3 million within fire services, $2.2 million within fleet facilities and engineering, and approximately $1 million for other equipment lifecycle replacements. Buildings for approximately $1.3 million is mainly attributed to the $1.2 million facilities lifecycle replacement program. Land and land improvements for approximately $1.2 million. Projects within this category include the Bike Skills Park, transit bus stop improvements, and West River's Edge Dog Park modifications. As for the upcoming capital projects, again, these are not included in the proposed 2026 capital budget, but will be coming back to Council for approval outside of the budget process. Projects include $5 million for the industrial wastewater extension, $20.9 million for the new fire station planning and construction, and $1.5 million for the materials handling site design and construction. The developer levy project for approximately $589,000 is the Storm Pond 11 to Point-to-Pins outfall. For a detailed listing of the proposed 2026 capital projects by asset category, along with the operating impacts for 2026 and 2027, please refer to page 1-32 in the capital budget document. Funding for the proposed 2026 capital budget comes from a variety of sources. Grant funding of approximately $5.6 million includes capital grants of $3.6 million from the Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF, and $2 million from the Canada Community Building Fund, or CCBF. Grants are generally preferred over other municipal funding sources given their reduced impact on taxpayers. The city optimizes the use of grants annually to ensure they're being fully utilized and that they comply with all provincial and/or federal requirements. Municipal reserves represents the largest capital funding source, totaling $7.6 million. Significant contributions include $3.1 million from the Utilities Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve, $1.3 million from the Mobile Equipment and Vehicle Fleet Reserve, and $1.2 million from the Facility Lifecycle Replacement Reserve. Annual capital funding of approximately $4.6 million consists of approved ongoing allocations from operations, which are used to fund annual capital programs and smaller scale projects that do not qualify for capital grants. Funding consists primarily of municipal property taxes. The neighborhood rehab project is partially funded through annual capital funding of approximately $2.6 million, along with local road rehab for $984,000 and the sump pump retrofit program for $600,000. Levy reserve funding of $675,000 funds the South Fort Drive and South Fort Boulevard widening design project. And finally, trade-in values and proceeds on disposal of about $62,000. Preliminary funding for the upcoming capital projects include $875,000 in grant funding and $625,000 in municipal reserve funding for the materials handling site, $2.8 million in levy reserve funding, with $2.2 million in funding still to be determined for the industrial wastewater extension project, and $20.9 million in debenture funding for the new fire station planning and construction. And lastly, offsite levies of approximately $589,000 will be collected from developers to fund the Storm Pond 11 project. For more information on each of these capital funding sources, please refer to Section 1, pages 2 through 9 in the capital budget document. Also, a detailed listing of capital projects by funding source can be found on page 1-33. And this concludes my overview of the proposed 2026 capital budget.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eamon. I'm just going to see if there are any questions from council on procedure today. Everyone has what we're going to do today straight. Okay. So lunch comes at around 11:30. So if there's a natural break, we'll pause around then. Besides that, I'll call a comfort break every once in a while. But if you need one, just throw something at me or give me the stink eye, and we'll take a break at the next finish to the next presentation. So if there are no further questions, then I will just move right into presentations. And the first department up. Oh, I apologize. I missed one. Apologies.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, to the mayor. We're going to continue the presentation for the capital plan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll go right into annual capital programs,
Okay.
and then departments will present.
Sure. I'll go ahead, Councillor.
Oh, I was just curious because we saw the rate of increase of municipal spending relative to CPI. Do we have any numbers to suggest how much that rate of spending has increased relative to resident incomes?
Through the chair, no, I don't have that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's just my only curiosity. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, continue, Ms. Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor. So before moving on to the next phase of the presentation, I'll describe the three main project types featured within the 2026 capital budget. First, there are 10 annual capital programs. These programs provide for the life cycle replacement and/or ongoing maintenance of aging infrastructure and equipment, and are necessary to meet current standards, maintain asset quality, and/or functionality. There are three upcoming capital projects, as previously mentioned, which are excluded from the 2026 capital budget, but have work that is currently underway and will be presented to Council for approval outside of the 2026 budget process. And finally, there are 12 capital budget recommendations, which represent the new infrastructure, technology, and equipment needed for service delivery. So to begin with, I will present the annual capital programs for Council's review and consideration. Detailed information on each of these programs can be found in Section 1, pages 13 through 25 in the capital budget document. As a reminder, Council is free to ask administration clarifying questions at the end of each presentation slide. Directors responsible for each of these annual capital programs are here to assist. So first off, Project 19018, Sump Pump Retrofit Program for $600,000. This is a continuation of the sump pump retrofit program, which began in 2017 and involves the connection of residential sump pumps with the city's underground stormwater system. The 2026 program will complete Canyon Road and is to be funded from annual capital funding. A map of the 2026 work plan can be found on page 1-14. Project 26100, Local Road Rehabilitation for $2.86 million. This annual capital program maintains the city's roadways and paved parking lots to ensure safety and proper functioning as part of the annual pavement management program. Funding consists of approximately $1.9 million from the CCBF capital grant and $984,000 from annual capital funding. For 2026, the program will see an incremental increase of $360,000 in annual capital funding, with $350,000 to reduce the capital grant portion and $10,000 to account for inflation. Project 26200, neighborhood rehabilitation for approximately $5.7 million. This annual capital program ensures neighborhood infrastructure such as sidewalks, water lines, and sewer lines meet current standards and is not at risk of failure due to deteriorating conditions. Scheduled work for 2026 includes 102nd Street rehabilitation between 99th and 98th Avenues and 109th Street rehab between 100 and 101st Avenues. The program is to be funded by the Utilities Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve for approximately $3.1 million and annual capital funding of approximately $2.6 million. For 2026, the program will see an incremental increase in annual capital funding of approximately $491,000 to replace the one-time grant funding approved in 2025. Project 26400, fleet and equipment lifecycle replacement for approximately $2.2 million. This program sees the annual lifecycle replacement of certain vehicle fleet and equipment as part of the city's asset management program. Fleet and equipment continually undergo assessments to evaluate the need for replacement. Ensuring that replacements occur at the optimal time reduces unnecessary maintenance costs and downtime and helps improve fuel economy. Assets scheduled for replacement in 2026 include 2 tandem trucks with plow, 6 light medium duty pickup trucks, 1 heavy duty pickup truck, 1 open space mower, and 9 medium-sized mowers with attachments. Funding for this project includes approximately $1.3 million from the Mobile Equipment and Vehicle Fleet Reserve, $768,000 in LGFF capital grants, and about $62,000 in trade-ins and proceeds on disposal. And Project 26500, facility lifecycle replacement for approximately $1.1 million. This program sees the annual lifecycle replacement of major components within the city's facilities, which are assigned life cycles based on industry standard replacement schedules. The city performs regular inspections and maintenance of facility components to determine which components are due for replacement. Some of the assets scheduled for replacement in 2026 include 2 rooftop units, 4 boilers, and a fire alarm panel at the Dow Centennial Center, as well as a rooftop unit at the Gymnastics Building and a fire alarm panel at City Hall. Funding for this project is provided by the Facility, Lifecycle, and Maintenance Reserve. And I'll pause here to ask if Council has any questions.
Thank you very much. I see a few people ready to go, so I'll move to Councillor Ketcher.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. Couple questions, and I assume you'd like us to keep it to maybe 2 and then come back for extra rounds.
Sure.
Okay, so I'd like to start with the local road rehabilitation and the neighborhood one. And I guess the question that I have on these ones, we're talking about the incremental increase of $360,000 on the one and an additional $490,000 on the second one. I guess my question to probably Mr. Fleming is, when we're in a year of, we're looking at over a 10% increase, although I understand you want to start moving away from the grant funding as much, wouldn't this be a consideration to maybe bypass the incremental increases for at least 1 year to help soften the tax impact?
Yeah, through the chair, certainly that could be a consideration. It's just not what we're recommending. I think in light of the fact that the property tax increases are probably going to be higher than they've been for the next 3 or 4 years. If we start using that as a strategy to soften property tax increases, we could end up going for a number of years without increasing the program. And neighborhood rehab is one example where the report that we had done, I think we need to be funding that program somewhere at around 8 or 9 million. So it's already short over $2 million. So I think because of the need to get the funding up to even an appropriate level, we're recommending to stick to it, but certainly we could consider that strategy. Council could consider that strategy.
Okay, so I'll probably ask for this to be flagged, but I guess my question then to Mr. Schaefer, especially on the neighborhood one, when I drove around this year, it seemed like we paved half the city on the neighborhood one. So understanding that there is a plan, it felt to me like we had an excessive amount. So was it just based on how much money that we had that we could go in and do Sienna, the South Fort Estates, part of West Park by the, like, what's your rationale for how much you get done in a year?
Through the mayor to Councillor Catcher. So um, it's actually the local road program that did those projects in terms of the paving. So we look at it. We have an evaluation done every 5 years of full evaluation. We update that every year with the new information that we get that evaluates the condition of the roadways and sets out a plan for maintaining the quality of the pavement at PQI, the pavement quality index of 6.5. And that's kind of the balance between where the investment helps offset the cost of the maintenance before things deteriorate too far. It takes into account the function of the road. So an arterial, a collector is a higher priority than a local, those kinds of things. So this year, it did look like we were in the neighborhoods a lot more, and we were. And I think that's really a result of the fact that we weren't on the highway. Previous couple of years, we've been on the highway a fair amount, and that eats up a lot of the program when we go onto the highway. So being off the highway for a year or two means that we're back in the neighborhoods more, and you will see more of that road rehabilitation, new pavement coming back in the neighborhoods before having to flip back and forth again.
Okay. So for me, I would like to actually have the local road rehabilitation and neighborhood flagged for further conversation to see where council may be at with that.
Project 26200.
26100 and 26200.
Okay, so both of them.
Yeah.
So just looking at council, is there any objection to that? Not seeing any, so we'll take that as consensus on that. So we'll flag those two items. Council, just note that you can still ask questions on them even though they've been flagged.
And then I'll buzz in for more.
Sounds good. I'll move on to Councillor Wesley.
Oops.
Oh, I'm
Rookie mistake.
Yeah.
Twitchy with the button.
There we go.
All right. Thank you. Just further to maybe Councillor Ketcher's question on the PQI of 6.5, I'm just curious how that compares with other jurisdictions, you know, Strathcona County and so on.
Through my break to Councillor Wesley. So it's my understanding, I can't say it for sure, but 6.5 is kind of the industry standard for across the region. I know when we first started the program, that was Alberta Transportation Standard. So it's kind of the industry standard for that pavement quality index.
Okay, would you say we're better than other municipalities? Worse? Same?
I think I don't want to say this for sure because I don't know what everybody else's actual number is. We are maintaining our 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
We are, within a tenth or two higher or lower at a given year, but we're maintaining that 6.5. I can't say if everybody else is.
Okay, no, it's fair. My other question relates to the neighborhood rehabilitation. Just looking at the risk analysis, and it noticed that the risk analysis is dependent on a lot of unknown contractor availability. Do we do any preemptive analysis on contractor availability and maybe the capital plans of other municipalities to see if things are tight or things are not tight?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, so we try to avoid issues with contractors by getting out early. Mm-hmm. So next year's program are already under design. So the intent then is to be able to put that out for tender early in the year with the market. We do talk to the market early in the year as well to let them know these things are coming. They're expecting those things. The availability comes down to start dates. Is really when it comes down to. We'll always get bids, and people will always be interested in whether they can start early in the end of May, in mid-May, those kinds of things, and that comes down to getting out to the market early. So we try and alleviate those risks by getting out early.
Do we do any coordination with other municipalities just to make sure we're not bidding up each other's projects?
Not directly. There are discussions. It's the market kind of has to react to what the municipalities do. It's hard to say because there's only that 5-month construction window, so everybody's kind of doing it at the same time.
No, fair enough. I'll cycle back around. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump into the rotation. Grant, I'm going to pick on pavement a little bit. I appreciate your explanation to Councillor Ketcher's question. I'm just wondering if you can maybe clarify for me. I'm trying to understand because I hear this a lot, especially with all the paving that did happen in 2025 in the residential areas. When you're talking about meeting that quality, I guess like what I'm hearing is, well, we have lots of older neighborhoods that haven't seen their pavement redone. And so we get a lot of like, well, why are they doing Southford Estates and Sienna when there's so many neighborhoods in Pineview or McNichol, you know, that are much older pavement? Is the quality there just better pavement that it can, like, why does Sienna have theirs done first? I guess that's what I hear.
There's a couple things that influence, especially with Pineview. That we're working through, and it's one of the things we worked through this year. So some of it is on the deterioration curve for pavement. There's a point where it makes more sense to let it go farther and rebuild it than to try and just do a small patch and bring it back. You can't meet that. That's some of it. The other problem we're finding is the way that Pineview was built originally. There's nothing wrong with the way it was built. It was built when they built the roads. It's called soil cement. They put cement into the sand, built, and then put the pavement right on top of that. Works great. The structure's there. You don't see a lot of heaving and things like that within Pineview. But what you do find is it cracks. So the cracks are actually in the soil cement below it that reflect up through the pavement. So what we found is when we go in and we do a road rehab, we do a new pavement on top, it cracks within 2 years and it doesn't look a whole lot better. So we did some work this year. We're just finishing that off with some geotech work to find out what's the best solution for Pineview. What are some options we could do so we can get more longevity and it looks like we did something for longer, even though the structure is there and it's all good, it's cracked and we know that. So that's kind of the reason why, especially Pineview, looks the way it does. Old Fort, we're trying to avoid doing the road rehab in there because over the next 5 to 10 years we'll be there with the neighborhood rehab. So It's trying to balance that out. Okay,
I appreciate that. That's a good explanation for us to share. So my next one is on 26400. And that's the fleet and equipment life cycle replacement. So when I look at the other groupings that are in life cycle replacements in this budget, they all seem, other than the fleet and equipment, they all seem to be covered in life cycle replacement funding. And this one has the LGFF. And I'm just wondering if there was a reason there's not, say, enough money in the cost replacement for that.
Through to your mayor. So when looking at the life cycle and the reserve contributions for this particular program, we have some shortfalls in the reserve due to pricing increases to inflation on major equipment such as loaders, and those things have really skyrocketed in price. So instead of asking for extra tax dollars, we would fund the 2 tandem trucks from the LGFF, which is eligible for the grant, and then also giving us some breathing room instead of coming to you with a really huge ask to improve that reserve.
Okay, and then I'm assuming ongoing will account for inflation, especially on these types of products.
Yes, we have a bit of work to do coming in 2026 on the reserves.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. All right. I'm going to Councillor Blizzard next. Go ahead.
I'll start at the top. Sump pump retrofit. When are we going to be done that? I mean, there's got to be an end to it because we're hopefully not having new houses have the same issues.
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard. So sump pump 2026 should be the last year for Sienna, the north part of Sienna. and then we'll be moving into South Point. So we're just working on that plan right now for 27 to prioritize South Point in those next stages. But it's probably, I mean, we haven't increased the funding to this, so it's been 600,000 since we started. So we can do a little bit less every year just with inflation. But the original plan was 10 years to get out of Sienna, and we're pretty close to that. Can't remember what year we started, so but I know we're right in there. And then it's probably another 10 through South Point. But there are, as you're correct, there's no new houses being built that go onto the program. There are some areas that we have to get to, but there's nothing new going onto this program.
Yeah, because it's quite an expensive one.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And my next one is, so with the neighborhood rehab, when you do them, do you actually then inspect the pipes of the ones done this year to see, are we on track, or are we like, oh, these aren't ready to collapse, like we could have waited 5 years? Do you look back and see what's being done, or is it just, we just know it's going to be done, we don't even look at the conditions of the pipes coming up?
Through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, it's a little bit of both, to be honest. Right now, we're still kind of in a reactive mode, getting to those areas that we know we have issues. So things like 101st, 102nd, we're doing next year, 3rd, 4th that we've been doing. Those areas we know we've had issues in the past, so we're trying to get to those and get them taken care of. And then there's other areas, 109th, we haven't had any major issues on yet, but there are some shortfalls in the infrastructure there that require an upgrade, so it's kind of trying to balance those things out.
So as you've pulled them up, have you, because I know we've had water leaks down by the elementary school, do you find in some of them it's like, it's a good thing we're doing it now, something was imminent?
It's hard to say because water breaks happen for a whole bunch of different reasons, but those pipes are 70, 75 years old. They are the end of their life cycle. We've done things on 101st, like the reline program on the sewer, so we didn't have to go in and do the sewer. We were able to extend that out, but the water line was, well, failing with the breaks we've had.
Thanks.
Rick, I'll go to Councillor Rendau.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the presentations thus far. Just had a kind of question regarding, I believe it was the neighborhood rehab, Mr. Fleming. You mentioned there was a study done that mentioned we should be doing like 8 or 9 million, you said. Can you expand on that?
Do you want to go ahead?
Yep, I can.
Sure.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rendawa. So we completed a study, I think 2 years ago, which we can share, that's not an issue, that looked at what it would take to fully fund the neighborhood rehab program over the 75 and 100-year life cycle of the infrastructure. So currently today we should be at about $8 or $9 million worth of funding. When you get to when we start hitting Pineview, just because of the way that spikes in growth happened, you'd be at $20 million a year. So we worked on a plan to kind of smooth that out. So we're always putting kind of a set amount with increases, so that we're not hitting those major spikes. So right now should be 8 million. We're trying to work that up to about 10 to 12, I think, and then it would stay there based on and just increase with inflation. And then that would take care of your spikes in those further years as you build reserves to help that. So it's definitely something we can share with everybody, but that was kind of the gist of the.
Okay, awesome.
Study.
Can I make an information request then, just to get that report, as well as, I don't know if it's possible, maybe it's in the report for that, but also for local road rehab, like what have we done year over year? Like I want to recall back when I used to be on council, we were around 2.5, so like, has that kind of been the gradual ascent to 2.8 over the years, or maybe I'm remembering wrong? Could be. It's been like a decade, but if I could get the year-over-year numbers, what we spent on that, also kind of what our road increases have been in comparison. So how many more kilometers of road do we have for that? And also you've mentioned every about 5 years you kind of take a look at the health of our roads and so forth. Can we get that report as well, or like kind of understanding next year you're planning on doing XYZ road, year after that you're doing ABC?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rendawa, that the the road report, any of those reports can be shared, obviously. Just to caution that the road rehab one is a very technical Excel results that we get out of it. It's not a full written report. It's just, so it's we can share that. It's just not, it takes a lot of interpretation.
Okay.
So
no, that's fine. If you don't want to give me the Excel,
no, we can. It's just
no. I get that. Like maybe it's easier if I get a briefing note or something on it, or that would work too. But that would be super helpful since we flagged these.
Are you good, Mr. Schaefer? Do you have any clarifying questions on his request?
no, I think we can. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Can I
All
ask
right.
one more question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yep,
awesome.
sorry. Thought you were done. Go ahead.
Just piggybacking on Councillor Blizzard on sump pump. I agree. This has been there for a while now. Like, when we reflect on this program, has it been a success? Is it working? Like, how many houses are we actually accomplishing a year? Like, is it worth reevaluating this at some point?
Through the mayor, Councillor Madawa, so it varies from year to year depending on what other infrastructure we have to build. Is there a storm line out front, or do we have to build that kind of thing? We're getting, it varies between 20 and 40 houses a year, I would say, in that range. And I think it is accomplishing the goals. The problem we're seeing in Sienna and we see in the other neighborhoods is high water tables are causing sump pumps to run. That's discharged onto people's lawns. It runs out onto the street, across the sidewalks, things like that. So it's causing water issues and icing issues and all those things. So with the program, it redirects that sump into the storm system. The pumps still have to run, but it does at least eliminate that surface damage. So I think it has been successful in the areas we've been able to implement it. So it is something I think I would recommend keeping forward with.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, still on round one, so we're going to Councillor Harris.
So, Grant, in the map that you've provided, anything in Sienna that has been crosshatched has been completed over previous years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you're showing here 2 areas that ultimately will finish the program in Sienna, so that should answer that question relative to the amount there.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, good. So that's good. So would you say, and from my recollection, it was a question of the city not working with the developer and maybe not understand the geotechnical that was done in that area, because it is an area of extremely high water table, which has created that problem. And that's a lessons learned thing. That's not anybody's fault. It's a question of what happened in the time. From my recollection, that's exactly what happened. Can you confirm that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, yeah, I think it was an area that generally in the city we haven't had to deal with anywhere else, and so it wasn't something top of mind as it got developed. And then it takes, as the areas develop, it takes a number of years to know that there's a problem. So that's kind of what caught us there, is a high growth rate in areas we hadn't been in with problems we hadn't seen before.
Okay, so my second question is, so that as a lesson learned in a teaching moment, we have revised, I would imagine, our engineering standards such that when a new development's coming on stream, do we require a higher degree of technical knowledge as to what the soil conditions are?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, there's 2 sides to that. So we do obviously look at water tables now a lot more closely than we did in the past. But we also have changed our standards, so every new house that is built has a connection to the storm line. So there is no more discharge to surface.
That was going to be my last question. So ultimately we realized that we needed to have those direct connections, and then ultimately that has an impact on the storm, and we factored that into the overall design.
That's correct.
Okay, good. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Going to round 2, I just have a couple more questions. On the sump pump, I recall that there was a really small amount of houses that needed to be done in West Park, down in the Valley View Ridge area, as part of this program. Was that done, or is that to be completed after Sienna South Park?
To the mayor, those are later.
Okay.
We haven't been done yet, no.
Okay, perfect. And then, just out of curiosity, because this has been going on for a long time, and maybe I'm just not recollecting it, I didn't realize that there was a lot to do in South Point. Have we added houses since it was first approved, or like identified more areas that need it, or that was all part of the original approval?
To the mayor, South Point was originally part of that
Okay.
kind of second tier.
Okay. Okay, perfect. I think that was it for me. Councillor Wesley.
All right. I just have a couple, another question about the project 26400, the fleet and equipment life cycle replacement. Do we have, or do we maintain any, I noticed that one of our risk factors is tariff rates and the exchange rate. Do we maintain any kind of flexibility as to when we purchase those? That if, you know, tariffs tend to be fluctuating depending on the hour, the minute, the day, and then exchange rates to maybe a lesser extent, but not that much less. Do we maintain any kind of flexibility as if the dollar's like at 71 cents like it is now, that maybe we wait or be more likely to wait or not?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, so everything we purchase, I mean, it gets impacted by tariffs in the U.S. dollar, obviously, but it is from Canadian suppliers, so we're not buying direct from the U.S. But it is one of those things we try and evaluate. It's tough to tell. Like things like the tandem trucks, we're going to order them early in the year for an expected delivery a year later. So we don't know what that tariff impact necessarily will be until that final piece. It's just there's lots of lead time in those that we don't know. The smaller things we'll know right away, and sometimes it does affect what we have to do depending on where they come in for budget.
Awesome. Thank you, Grant. I one little question, probably more the newbie question. In 26-200, we noticed that we are consistently working to reduce reliance on LGFF and CCBF. Is there a reason why we're doing that? I'm just curious as to what the context is on that.
Through your worship, so we'd actually done a report for council, I think it was earlier this year for the last council on, based on the debate that happened a year ago for the 2025 budget. The short answer is that we recommend using property taxes as funding sources for these particular programs. LGFF grant funding, it has fluctuated a lot over the years. I'd say it's consistent that we've been getting it over the years, but the amount that we get has been very inconsistent. And with ongoing annual capital programs, it's better to fund it with a stable funding source like property taxes. So a number of years ago, before I was with the city even, they used big chunks of the, or almost all of, at the time it was called MSI funding, to fund neighborhood rehab and some of the road rehab programs. And we've been working slowly over the years to try to get that funding out. And then you can use the grant funding kind of like we have this year on one-time things or to help catch up your reserves or one-time type of projects, as opposed to using it to fund your ongoing annual programs. So that's why we've been trying to remove that grant funding out of there.
So just so I'm clear, we're still going to want to go after money from the provincial government. It's just that maybe not targeted to specific projects?
Yeah, the LGFF funding is pretty well an automatic grant program. We don't have to go after it per se. Okay. I mean, we do technically have to apply for it, but all municipalities get it. It's based on a formula. The amount is predetermined. We still want to make good use of it, but we just don't want it to be the bedrock of our annual capital programs.
Awesome. Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Troy.
Councillor Blizzard.
For the roads, and I guess this would apply for both, because even with the neighborhood rehab, you pave over them after. Do we ever look at new innovations? We just had a tour at Dow and they did some paving and added plastics, trying to use up the wealth of plastic that is garbage, to see if that would help. So do we ever look at possibilities like that?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Blizzard, we typically don't pilot those kinds of things. We're just not big enough to really to do that, to take that chance. But as they become adopted, we do take them into our standards and do those things.
Might be interesting. I know the road they did isn't going to be a heavy traveled road, but conversation and say, gee, how is this holding up after a winter even? Because that's a big part of our road wear is the winter cracking and freezing. And anyway, thank you.
Perfect. All right, I don't see any more questions. Mr. Eamon? Oh,
Be that guy. I'm sorry.
no problem.
I just assumed there was like a backlog.
Go ahead, Councillor Randall.
Awesome. Just a question in regards to which one was it? The facility life cycle replacement. So I look in the 10-year capital plan, and there's kind of some like fluctuations in that going forward. What do we base this on? Do we have some plan that we know certain years, like our rooftop units are just gonna expire? Do we have some sort of like just outlook for that? Like, can you kind of expand on that?
Through the mayor to Councilor Randall, we do an assessment. We've done an assessment, I guess, and broken down the buildings into their major components. And so the plan is built on the expected life cycle of those components. So we do have that plan built out for 30 plus years to kind of the next cycle of when things get replaced. And then as we do maintenance to those things, we also have an evaluation done each time to see how are we doing on that. And then we try and time it so we're getting the most we can out of it before it fails, and sometimes we're one way, sometimes we're the other, but generally it's pretty close.
Okay. And would you consider this like a fully funded item, or is there still a lot of work to be done?
I think right now it's funded. Things happen, unfortunately. So in terms of what our plan is, I think it's funded, and we are continually adjusting the contribution rates, but inflation's taken a hit for the last couple of years, so I know it's probably a little bit low right now, but hopefully we're able to make that up over the next couple.
Okay. Is it possible that information request to see that plan for the next couple of years at least? And what's kind of anticipated in there? Like, I don't need all 30 years, but like...
Yeah, we'll break the spreadsheet down to something more manageable.
Perfect. You're good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. I turned off your mic, I think, by accident. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Eamon.
Thank you, Mayor. So moving on to project 19006, culture equipment lifecycle replacement for approximately $112,000. For 2026, 2 projects at the DCC Theatre are proposed. First is the lifecycle replacement of the backstage theatre communication system at a cost of $11,800. The current system has reached the end of its 13-year lifespan and provides private, uninterrupted communication among staff during events, which is critical for safe professional theatre operations. Second is the replacement of the moving lights at a cost of $100,000. These are specialized light fixtures that create dynamic lighting effects. The original fixtures have exceeded their 7-year lifespan and can no longer be serviced due to component failures and a global part shortages. Both projects are to be funded by the Culture, Equipment, and Exhibits Reserve. Supplemental funding may be available through the Canadian Heritage's Cultural Spaces Fund, which would reduce the reserve commitment. However, this funding is not guaranteed. Project 26019, playground equipment lifecycle replacement for $40,000. Third-party playground audits are conducted every 3 years to evaluate the condition of all city playground equipment, and based on the results of a recent audit, the swing set and other equipment at Rudolph Park is due for replacement. The project is to be funded from the Playground Structure Reserve. Project 26023, Municipal Enforcement Equipment Lifecycle Replacement for approximately $160,000. This project sees the replacement of 5 in-car video cameras and recording system. Replacement is needed due to ongoing hardware and software failures and lack of vendor support for current equipment. The system captures critical information for court disclosures, officer complaint investigations, and is considered an industry standard for evidence collection. The project is to be funded from the Protective Services Equipment Lifecycle Reserve. And Project 26300, Information Technology Equipment Lifecycle Replacement for $305,000. The city's network architecture is critical for delivering reliable and secure digital services to city departments and the community. Upgrading and replacing network components as part of a structured lifecycle plan maintains service reliability, enhances cybersecurity, and supports future growth. For 2026, network infrastructure to be replaced includes a backup power supply at the RCMP building, several VMware server hosts and infrastructure switches, a GIS plotter scanner, and a data backup and recovery storage device. The Project is to be funded from the IT Equipment Reserve. And lastly, Project 26600, Fire Equipment Lifecycle Replacement for $3 million. This project sees the lifecycle replacement of a frontline aerial ladder truck near the end of its 20-year service life. Replacement is a 3-year process and is scheduled to begin in 2026 to ensure delivery by 2029. Timely replacement helps avoid rising costs, ensures compliance with safety standards, and reduces maintenance and fuel costs. The timeline aligns with the Fire Services Master Plan, and funding will come from the LGFF capital grant in the amount of $2.35 million and $650,000 from the Fire Equipment Lifecycle Reserve. Operating impacts will begin in 2029 of approximately $145,000 per year, which includes a $113,000 increase in reserve contributions for future replacement and $32,000 for ongoing maintenance, fuel, and insurance. And again, I'll pause here and ask if council has any questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We're going to start with Councillor Harris.
So Jeremy, just refresh our memories on the playground equipment lifestyle replacement. We did the West Park Spray Park playground rehabilitation program. How much did that cost us, if you can refresh my memory?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, I'm hoping Mr. Gagnon is perhaps able to answer that question, or Janelle from Parks.
And I would imagine that would probably have been quite a large project in comparison to maybe in a smaller park. So maybe some background and that sort of thing in terms of how we come to where we are relative to changing up playground equipment.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, the cost budgeted was $350,000 for the playground replacement at Price Alderson Park.
Was that higher than normal or lower?
No, I think it's normal now. This is what we see.
Okay.
Typically, 5 years ago, I would have tell you $250,000. Yeah. Now we see the cost inflation to this, but we also did some improvement on access on this one. So we have more accessible areas. So it's a mix of sand for the kids to play in and also rubberized surface as well. So that also increased the cost.
Yeah, so just one last question on that. So now we have probably a couple of standards or a couple of levels depending on the utilization of the park. Would that be a fair assessment?
That's fair. We're looking at in the future to how can we improve the accessibility to the kids and the parents as well to some of our most popular playgrounds, and then we factor that into the reserve as well. So when it's time to replace, we may improve some of the accessibility as well.
So it's fair to say that you're using objective data as opposed to a subjective assessment of need for replacement.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, this is fair. Every 3 years we do an assessment with a third party of our playground. It gives us an idea about where we at and in terms of time for replacement, especially for life cycle. But we also listen to the public about what we hear, especially about accessibility. And for us, this is something important. And if we can improve the accessibility of some of our playground, then we see this as a positive for the city.
That was a thorough response. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ketcher?
Okay. So same one, playground equipment. So this one is talking about coming out of reserves. Doesn't that go against our reserve policy because this one is never paid into reserves? I mean, this is probably 60 years old, this swing set. And so why wouldn't this be out of tax dollars and then a contribution going into reserves?
Through to the mayor to Councillor Ketcher. We look at the life cycle reserve every year. We review it. We double check to see if there's assets missing. If assets are missing, and if this one was, it was captured. And in future budgets or past budgets, we would have asked probably for an increase to the reserve to support this. We're always reviewing our assets through the asset management program.
So you're saying that it has made contributions?
off the top of my head, I would assume it is, because we probably have captured it and found it and added it to our life cycle replacement schedule in the past and have started doing the contributions. That's why sometimes you'll see our recommendation in the operating budget for reserve increases having to do with some of these assets being found.
Okay. No, I understand that. I just don't see that happening here. Second one is the fire truck. So you're talking about taking 650,000 out of the life cycle reserve. Now the truck is 16 years old. So if we're following that policy that we're putting contributions in, why don't we have enough money in that reserve instead of taking 2.3 million out of LGFF?
So, through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, again, this reserve has some pressures with not having enough funding for future replacements. Again, fire equipment has had significant increases in inflation. So we're kind of stuck in that inflation, and we're trying to mitigate some of this. Instead of asking for a huge increase again to the fire reserve, we have elected to fund it through the LGFF, which it does qualify for the funding.
Okay, and I guess my only comment on that, we're talking about a 16-year window here. If we saw that we weren't putting enough into reserves, why wasn't an adjustment made?
Well, I would assume that this inflation has been recent. It's been recent since COVID. Not enough time to get the reserve up, and then in need of a truck. So we're kind of stuck in that limbo spot.
Okay, and I know we're not doing a bunch, but 650,000, it just feels like somewhere we have slipped on that one, because we know the last trucks we bought were in around the 2 million, if I recall.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Ketcher, yes. So the previous truck we purchased was just under 2 million, and the trucks before that were right around 1 million, less than probably about 4 or 5 years ago. So it has increased quite significantly, almost doubled for the regular fire trucks, and it's probably even higher for the ladder truck. So we've made those adjustments within the last couple of years of the increase with on the steel for the fire trucks and the equipment that we need.
Okay, I think I've made my point.
Just through the chair, though, one minor point: the 650,000, the reserve could do more than that. That's just what we're recommending. So we didn't miss by as much as it looks like with the 650,000. What we're trying to do is use this LGFF funding to help us make a correction in the reserve. We could have taken more than that out of the reserve, but we're trying to get the reserve right, and this is part of the strategy.
Do you want to go back on?
So how much is in the reserve?
I'm just looking that up for you.
Specific to the truck, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have those details at my fingertips, but we could get you that information. We could do more from that reserve, like Mr. Fleming has said, but essentially the cost of these fire trucks actually does drain the reserve.
Okay, so maybe by after lunch or something, we can know what's in that reserve. I think it's important for us because all of a sudden, I mean, we're taking LGFF and that could go towards something else. And our whole point is we're putting money into reserve to cover the cost of these so that we don't have to rely on these other ones. So
can I just offer a suggestion? Instead of by lunch, can we just put in clarifying questions for you for Thursday? Just give you the details on it.
Yeah, I'm just wanting, maybe it's in the book. I can even look maybe.
Not the detail of that. It wouldn't be in the book, but we can provide that in clarifying questions for Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Wesley.
Awesome. I'll just change my question order. Since Chief, stay comfortable. Stay comfortable. I just flipped the pages. Just in the fire equipment and life cycle replacement, words like may or might always get a statistician like me all like freaked out. So when it says delays may negatively impact the city's fire protection rating, do we have like any data to support that? Is it I'm looking for some why do we think that, and what do we base it on?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley. So when we do the fire underwriters survey, I'm assuming what you're referencing as far as that question. So when we look at that, we're working with insurance companies, and when we do the review as well, they give us a rating based on our truck size, staffing, how we can pump water, our response area, and then we get a grading through there. And a lot of insurance companies, the reason I use the word may is a lot of the insurance companies just apply that rating across to majority of the residents regardless. So where it really affects would be our industry partners. So for the residential residents, it's pretty similar. If you go in to get your insurance, they apply that based on the rating. That's standardized across majority of insurance companies. Unless you're within 500 meters of a hydrant, you might get a different rating as well. And that's why I use the word may. So I'm not saying it's absolutely going to change when we redo the fire underwriters survey. I think the last one was done in 2020 or 2021. We're looking at about every 5 to 6 years when we redo that. However, we did submit all of our new information based on our newest trucks that we currently have and our staffing requirements as is.
Okay. Just maybe to help our residents put something in context, is there any kind of general rule of thumb correlation between what they will see on their insurance costs versus that fire rating?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley, I'd have to go through the report and report back to you on that one.
Okay. Yeah. Other questions for the chief, since we're having such a lovely conversation. In the risk analysis, there's my other little buzzword again. There may be increased insurance costs, and I guess I think you've probably answered it already. So, is there a number attached to that? Again, I'm just trying to tap down the maze, or the probabilities, or your gut probability based on your extensive experience and knowledge. How's that?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley, I don't have those exact numbers with me. We could look at what the average per household range is. We do have that, and it was in a different report. It could have been in the fire service master plan as well, and I'd have to get back to you on the exact number. I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks a lot, Todd.
All right, thank you. I'll just jump in. I do have one question for you, Chief. There's just a line in here that concerns me a little bit. It says, the current unit, now 16 years old, is no longer suitable for frontline deployment. And I find that very concerning, considering we're not expecting this truck for 3 years. And we're saying that the unit we have now is no longer suitable for frontline deployment as of today. So could you provide some context to that?
Through the Mayor Macon. So the reason why that wording is used is because we're following, again, NFPA. And the NFPA recommendation, as well as the fire underwriter's recommendation, says after 15 years, a fire engine should be removed out of frontline service and moved to a backup or third line service. So that's how we're currently running that ladder truck right now. We run an engine first, or a squad first, and then that truck is the second out engine, and it's based on, again, age, maintenance records, and the NFPA standard that we're currently following.
So it's our only aerial truck then. So from
Correct.
the aerial capabilities that we require it for, to that end, there's probably no concern then.
Through the Mayor,
being is that we're waiting 3 years.
Right. I think we've done great maintenance on that truck. Mm-hmm. We were down probably out of all of our vehicles, it was about 83 days of downtime with our trucks throughout the year. this truck did have a significant downtime. We were waiting on some piece in the dash that they had to make for us, and it was over 3 weeks or 4 weeks to receive this. And so we are seeing some small challenges with parts. However, we do seem to have some of those still in stock that we're using. Also in the report, we're looking that once this truck reaches the 20 years, that would stay in our reserves as, again, that backup to, because we only have the one aerial, and we rely on other municipalities then to come in and support us when we don't have that truck running out the door.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Randawa?
Yes, thank you very much. First question, do we just call you Chief? Or, like, how does that work?
That's fine, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. I actually just kind of want to piggyback on some of the questions Councillor Catcher was asking around the reserve. Like, if we know the reserve is maybe low right now, or has been in the past, why aren't we starting to fill up that reserve now, and why are we waiting till 2029 then?
Can you just restate the 2029? I'm not sure I quite understand.
Yeah, so in 26600, it says beginning in 2029, there'll be an annual operating impact of 144,000, which includes 113,000 increase in reserve contribution.
Oh, yes, okay.
So why don't we just start that sooner?
It's our practice and best practice to start those contributions after the project has been implemented. So after the truck has been cleared for use, we'll start those contributions. And that a contribution is just an increase due to the change, or the change in price, the inflation, because it does cost more. So we're capturing that in this in 2029.
Okay, I kind of understand that, like, we would do it when the truck comes, but if we know in best practice sense, like, our reserves are falling short, don't we then start pumping them up sooner on the project completion?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randall, yes, actually in the operating budget section, when we go to present it in the financial reserve section, I have a reserve contribution increase recommendation that's coming forward to council, and it does include an increase to the fire equipment reserve among other reserves. Okay. Yeah, so that's coming ahead.
Awesome. And then one question for the chief, I guess, regarding the downtime information for vehicles. You said 83 days. Is that something to be concerned about as a member of council? It seems like a large number of our total days in a year.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Rendell. So that's not just one truck, that's all of our fleet. The biggest challenge we're seeing right now is just parts. So we have the right trucks currently for our service. So we do have a backup should a front line go down. And we do have that capability to replace or call on mutual aid or our auto aid agreements that are currently in place. So something that maybe keeps me up at night a little, but it's just based on the time it takes to get the parts. So,
okay. And so when you said, like, there was a dash part for 3 weeks, that it took 3 weeks. So was that aerial truck then out of commission for about 3 weeks?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Is it possible to get some information just kind of on, like, our downtime statuses for vehicles in the fire department, and kind of like what we think the health of those vehicles is and when they're due for replacement?
Through Mayor Macon, Councillor Rendell, we can provide you with that information as the hours or the days of the downtime in our trucks. Through budget, we will be looking at presenting through fleet and facilities mechanic position, which will help support fire services and on a proactive moving forward with our trucks. Right now we do an annual service, so or basically when it breaks. So having this position will help us keep up on some of the maintenance that we're keeping to the end of the year.
Okay, thank you very much.
On round two, I just have Councillor Wesley.
Okay, so I just have a couple of questions on the culture equipment life cycle replacement. It says that this system is essential for safe, and then I kind of got alarmed at the word safe. Just met my new friend who's doing the sound and internet stuff for us today, and he seems like a very likable guy. I'd hate for him to be doing anything in using unsafe equipment. Oh, I guess that doesn't mean you, Todd. Sorry. Is there a concern with the equipment as it is right now from a safety point of view? Or is this just being proactive?
Sure. We'll welcome Brad Babiak up.
Through the mayor, pardon me. Yeah, this is relevant to the communications piece, and so that's to ensure everyone working in the theater is it being actively communicated with and understanding what's going on and where. So that's kind of the safety aspect, is to ensure in that theater environment, little things can happen, and so it's about communication, making sure people are in kind of working safely, have the correct information when they need it, those types of things. It's not necessarily we're worried about something falling on them. It's more about being strategic, being proactive to ensure everyone's set up to be successful.
Okay, awesome. Since I have you trapped in the chair right now, just maybe concerning the Canadian Heritage Cultural Spaces Fund, it says this is not guaranteed, and I get that. But I'm just wondering, do we have any history with applying for this particular grant so that we kind of know how likely it is that we would qualify?
Through the mayor, yes. We've been fairly fortunate with being successful with that program. It's actually helped us in a number of recent projects, such as our replacement of seats. It covered almost half the cost. We unfortunately got some bad news with the federal budget that we're looking at cutting that program. But if this is approved, we would look to move forward within this current budget or federal budget period to request the funding for this year. So we are hopeful that we will be able to get essentially half the replacement costs for that would be for both the moving lights and the communications pieces. But again, not guaranteed because there's a competitive process and it would be probably across the region, but we have been very successful in the past.
Can I sneak one little question in?
You go ahead.
And then I'm done. It's on the playground equipment. We employed a third-party consultant to evaluate the play spaces and so on. Why did we need a consultant? It just strikes me as we got a lot of real smart folks that work for us. Was there a reason why we needed to hire a third-party consultant for a $40,000 project?
You're to the mayor, to Councillor Wesley. The consultant that we hired every 3 years, it's not only for a $40,000 project, it's for the entire evaluation of our playground asset. So we do have staff that are certified that basically do maintenance of our playground on a weekly or monthly basis. But at time you need, and working with also the school boards, because they're also involved with us on that, having a third party to provide us with an evaluation of the asset itself. Are they still good? Do we need more maintenance? Do we need to replace them? It's a good thing to do, and it's good practice in my view. And again, it benefits the city, but also the school playgrounds that you see throughout the city. It's a partnership, so the school boards will also chip into the cost.
Okay. Do you have maybe a rough recollection as to how much that study cost?
Your worship, to the mayor, to Councillor Wesley, $30,000.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
You're good?
I am good, thanks.
All right, thanks, Richard. Councillor Randawa?
Richard, while you're here, I had a question. Sorry, don't back up. I don't want to ask any more questions about a $40,000 swing set, but when we look at replacing these things, do we look at like it's a lot different, the neighborhood and surrounding area, as it may have been like 40 years prior when this was built? Like, do we look at expanding it considerably, or maybe perhaps not expanding it if the population density is not there?
To the mayor, to Councillor Rondeau, the approach is to replace as is for what we have, and then what we have in terms of maybe some enhancements to them is to look at locations and then how popular some are, and then maybe adding some accessibility to it. In the case of the swing set, they are, I believe, in Rudolph Park, in Clover Park. And basically what we are proposing there is not only to change the swing set to something a little bit more modern, but also add a table, a bench, and a garbage can there for people who are visiting. So, but you can see that maybe it's not the most popular park in the city compared to Price Alderson Park.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I had one more question regarding the municipal enforcement line item. Could I get some context as to when this was previously purchased, this equipment, and kind of what's kind of gone well and what's kind of gone wrong?
Welcome, Corrine Rayner.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rendawa. So for the in-car camera systems, they were typically purchased, we've had them over 10 years, and they typically would get replaced when we would get a new vehicle. So it was on the fleet replacement cycle when they would be replaced.
Okay. Okay. So now we're going to be moving towards more of a 5-year replacement schedule?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rendawa, that's correct.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. And then Councillor Harris.
So, Mr. Richard, I've got a question for you. I would have said something, but so back to the playground replacement program. So in other words, we do an objective review. Is it safe to say that safety is the paramount driver of repairs in many cases? Because this equipment gets old and was in many cases installed under different standards. Is that a correct interpretation?
To the mayor, to Councillor Harris, yes.
And so safety ultimately is paramount.
It's part of the evaluation, and yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, and I don't think we can scrimp on that in any way, shape, or form, and there's a cost attached to that as well, unless we're going to get rid of equipment altogether.
Your Worship, I mean, that reflects what we're doing. I mean, the safety of the users.
Yeah, I just wanted to underscore that so that the new councillors understand the fact that these things are done for objective considerations. So thank you very much.
All right, I think that's all the questions, and pretty much everybody has asked me for a comfort break. So it's 10:32. Are we good with 10:40? 8 minutes? Good. All right, back in your chairs at 10:40. All right, I'm just looking for a signal. All right, we are live and ready to go to continue on. Mr. Eamon, you can take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Macon. So next, there are 3 upcoming capital projects that have received preliminary funding for early stage development and are currently in process. These are not part of the 2026 capital budget, and as such will be presented to Council for approval at a future date. Further details are provided on pages 1-27 through 30 in the capital budget document. Projects include the materials handling site, industrial wastewater extension, and the new fire station planning and construction. So project 25022, materials handling site for $1.5 million. This includes the land purchase and construction costs to build the 2.5 hectare material handling area, future snow storage and management space, hydrovac dump pad, equipment laydown space, and capacity for future expansion. In 2025, $130,000 was included in the budget for initial design work, which is currently ongoing and will further refine future construction costs. In 2026, administration will bring back land purchase and construction budgets for Council's consideration and approval. Project 25024. The city is in the process of designing a connection to the municipal wastewater network for some of the city's industrial partners. In January 2025, Council approved $500,000 for detailed design work, which included extending a gravity main along River Road to 119th Street, adding a third pump at the Northeast Industrial Lift Station, and twinning a section of the existing gravity main to accommodate flows from Dow, light medium industrial areas, the future urban area, and Southport. Based on a Class 5 estimate, the project is $5 million to be funded from the medium industrial, future urban area, and Southport levies, along with contributions from industrial partners. The project will return to Council outside of the 2026 budget process for approval with cost estimates further refined to Class 3 or better. And lastly, Project 25025. In June of 2025, Council approved $2.1 million for detailed design of the new fire station, following the completion of a fire station scope study in March of 2025. Council adopted Concept 3 to proceed with detailed design. Construction funding of $20.9 million as a Class 5 estimate is allocated for 2026, with the full project to be financed through debt. A portion of the debt servicing costs will be recovered from offsite levies, offsite levy revenues collected from developers. Construction will only proceed once design work has been completed and Council has approved Phase 2 of the project. The $1.5 million in 2027 represents the cost of the planned live training center for fire services. And with that, I will pause here to see if Council has any questions regarding these upcoming capital projects.
Thank you. I'll just make the first comment. So on the new fire station planning and construction, I just wanted to make it clear for those watching, because I think there's a lot of confusion during the campaign period as to what the status of the fire hall was. So Council approved this project and then approved 2.1 for detailed design after selecting which fire hall we are going to build. And then it will just come back in 2026 for final approval once that design is back. And that is where we are at today, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, I do have some people weighing in now, so I'll go to Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, thank you. So the first question is on the material handling site. Do we have a location even proposed? Because I guess I'm questioning how can we be throwing money at this if we don't have a site?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, so as part of the $130,000 that was already approved, selecting the site is one of those first step, obviously. We're evaluating a number of sites to look at what it would take for the servicing that we need, so we know the full cost of the site, not just the land, but any infrastructure costs off-site as well that would be required. So we're just working through that process now, and we hope to be back fairly early in 26 with a recommended site, and I'm looking to have a purchase approval before we move into detailed design.
So then this funding could potentially change then, you're saying?
That's correct. When we come back for the Like, so it'd be after the land purchase, we would come back then with looking for the actual construction budget confirmation.
Okay, thank you. Second question that I have is on the industrial wastewater extension at $5 million from the future medium industrial and future area. So do we actually have that money in reserve, or is it going to get paid back from future contributions?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Ketcher. So the levy funded portions, some of the levies have some money in them. Obviously, the future urban area doesn't at this point. So there would be money required that the city would have to front and then be paid back as levies are brought in.
Okay, I'll ponder that. Thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions about the industrial wastewater extension. Well, first of all, since the project's going to help drive Dow Chemical's path to zero expansion, I have a couple of questions related to that. One of them is, first of all, is there any consideration to us delaying that, considering that that project is in somewhat of a uncertain spot?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley, so we're in contact with Dow as we develop this project and flesh out all the details. One of those things is the timing that'll be required for it. So at this point, we're just working through to get the design completed and get those costs nailed down. And then we'll figure out the timing of construction in working with Dow to figure out what makes sense for their project.
Okay, and just for clarification, would we then be accepting some of the industrial wastewater into our municipal wastewater system?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley, so the short answer is yes, but it kind of bypasses, the way the system works, it kind of bypasses the municipal system or the residential system, and was more of a direct connection, direct to the siphon that goes across into the aero utilities lines.
Okay. I have a list here.
I don't have anyone on there right now.
So I'm just going to go down my list.
Go ahead. If anyone else clicks in, I'll get you to take a pause.
No, I just love listening to his gravelly voice. That's about it. So when we look at the levies, and the levies seem to come from a wide spectrum of development, medium industrial, future urban area, South Fort levies, and other industrial partners. But the impression I'm getting from the document that I see here is the benefit seems to be primarily going to Dow. Do I have that right in my head, or am I missing something?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley, so there's 3 separate upgrades that are required within the system. 2 of those are direct and only benefit Dow, and so that those would be costs that we would be going back to Dow for. The 3rd section is required to service the other levy areas plus this, so that's where the different levies contribute.
Okay, awesome. And go ahead. Until the mayor actually cuts me off on my microphone. So with this, I mean, in my 15 minutes of experience in municipal politics, the timing of levies always seems to be kind of a real concern. Is the timing of levies going to be a concern here, and is this going to leave us on the hook for the general taxpayer to have to pay for some of this?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley, the timing of levies is always an issue. They typically come in after the infrastructure is required. So for a lot of these things, and again, it's just one portion of this project where the levies are required. I think that 1 or 2 of the levy sources will have funding, 1 probably won't. So there may be a requirement for the city to upfront some of those costs to the levy.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I'll just get you to take a pause. I do have a question on the materials handling site. Are all of the locations that we are looking at current city-owned land, or are some of the options privately owned land that we'd be looking to purchase?
To the mayor, at this point, the city doesn't have any good options.
So it's all privately owned land.
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say then if any of the members of council want more information of that, we should move in camera?
I would say if we're going to talk about a specific site, I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, just for the wish of council. All right, going to Councillor Ketcher.
I think he was on round one.
Oh, I apologize. Yep. If you just want to click back in, Councillor Ketcher. Councillor Harris.
So Grant, with the materials handling site, we obviously have a site that is currently being used for storage of things like concrete and the like, and that's going to eventually be decommissioned, I would imagine.
That's correct, yes.
And we have done a detailed environmental assessment on that because that site held a lot of strange stuff over the years. So within that context, do we have a firm plan for when rehabilitation or wind down happens? And how's that going to be funded?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Harris, so the existing site, as you said, has been used for many different things over the time. The environmental work we've done out there, the drilling and the reports, don't identify any concerns with what's there. So the plan is to move the material and actually use it to build the new site, but move the material off the site and then basically cap it back to grass or something like that. So it'd be part of the project on the back end.
Yeah, so in the future integration, as that portion of the city develops, that will ultimately just continue to be a green space adjacent to Ross Creek.
That's correct.
Okay, good, thanks.
Perfect. Still on round one, then going to Councillor Randawa. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Just kind of piggybacking on those questions to Mr. Schaefer. So the 1.5 million, that's just for the construction, not for any potential purchases of land?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Randawa, that's correct.
Okay. And do we know where then the total amount would come from? Like it says grant and reserve in the 10-year capital plan. Do we have enough in the grant and reserve bucket to fund this and some land purchase?
We'll look to finance the...
I just need to look that up for you.
No worries.
Do you have another question while she's finding that?
No.
No, that's okay.
I can make up one.
That's okay.
Can you just restate your question again?
Yes, so the 1.5 million is for construction. We could assume there's a little bit more for land. Where is that coming from? Like, do we have enough in the grant reserve bucket for that?
Oh, we do. So we're partially funding that from the LGFF grant as well. And the land one, the top of my head, I want to say it's from the land purchases reserve. Yes, I'm correct.
Okay.
So from both of them, yes, there is enough funds for that.
Okay. How much is in our land purchases reserve?
With this project potentially being withdrawing from that reserve, it would leave us a balance of 1.4 million.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, going to Councillor Ketcher now. Thank you.
So just the question going back to the levies, and if we have to advance it for the industrial wastewater, what do we anticipate the payback on the levies to be? How many years?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Ketcher, that's hard to predict. I'd have to go back and look to see exactly. We don't have that final estimate for what that section of line is yet, so I'm not even sure how much each of those levies would be required, and then it depends on growth rates, but we can try and come up with a number, but it could be, some of it's from like the medium industrial lands, so that could go in 1 year or 10, depending on what comes on board and when.
Okay, and we haven't seen a lot of new activity on the medium industrial, so I would assume that would be a long time out. Yeah, I'm just, and so because this is for industrial, have we actually approached them on providing some upfront costs for this as opposed to to the public taxpayers?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, the levies themselves, the three levy areas, South Fort, Future Urban, and the medium industrial, all have this within their levy structures, this project, so they're already funding that when money's available. So we haven't approached them specifically outside of those discussions about fronting any of this. Dow, obviously, we've been in discussion with, and that's a piece that's coming.
Okay. Okay. I may come back to it later, but thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
Hey, Grant, having watched, so I assume that with this wastewater that we're moving on behalf of our industrial partners, separate from the residential system, is it going to Arrow as well, or does it go somewhere else? Okay, and then having sort of watched Train 4 at Arrow, those costs spiral out of control in part because they've kind of misforecasted the nature of the wastewater going or potentially going to there. Is there any risk factor to us that residential wastewater is, my understanding, fairly easy to predict? Industrial wastewater, the nature and composition of it is a little bit harder. Is there any risk that that nature might change, or something unexpected might be there?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, there's nothing in the water that they've identified that would of concern to us. It affects the treatment trains, but doesn't through the pumping and the systems. It's nothing that's been identified as an issue.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And just last one question. Since Strathcona County benefits quite a bit from Dow's big project, are they in any way helping or doing, for a highly charged word, their fair share of moving some of this industrial wastewater?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, so none of the wastewater actually leaves the city, so other than until it goes to Arrow's system. So there is no potential for sharing there.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Grant.
Going once, going twice. I see nothing else on that one.
Thank you, Mayor Macon. So I will now invite Mr. Gagnon to present the first 2026 capital budget recommendation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Eamon. My name is Richard Gagnon. I'm the Director of Public Works. We have 6 capital projects for council consideration for 2026. Mayor Macon, as we have 6 projects, I will introduce the first 3 projects and pause for questions. Then I will proceed with the last 3 projects and end my presentation and answer council questions on those last 3 projects. Joining me today are Brian Rogers, our managers of roads, Janelle Hart, managers of parks, and Lindsay Radford, our supervisor of transit. Overall, our budget recommendations aims at bringing equipment and infrastructures to support our operation and services associated with roads, parks, and transit. We also propose continuing our parks naming program and improving residents' and visitors' experience at the West Barrier Bridge area. The first 3 budget recommendations are associated with growth plans, and as we have new members of council, I would like to refresh everyone on the work that happened over the last few years to create plans to address growth in our community. Public Works created 3 plans, 1 for roads, 1 for parks, and 1 for transit. They were created to adjust our resources, such as staff, equipment, and infrastructures, to address growth and service delivery in our community. So as you know, as Mr. Fleming presented, our community is growing. And as we are required to maintain more roads, more parks, and introduce transit services into new communities, we need to adjust our staffing resources, equipment, and services. These plans provide recommendation for funding over a period of either 5 or 7 years. This approach helps us distribute costs over time and reduce annual impact on the tax. We are at a different stage of implementation for each plan, and today you will get information on the capital requirement associated with these 3 plans, such as trucks and attachments and transit infrastructures. When we address the operational budget, you will get information on the operational impact of these plans, such as staffing and adjustment to contracted services. So for roads growth plan and transit, and as well as parks plan, there's 2 components of it, capital and operation. And today I'll address the capital aspect of this. And sometime I will mention that this request is associated with under operational plan, so they're together in a sense. So let's begin with project 26003, Roads Growth Plan, located on page 2.1 of your budget binder. This is the 6th of a 7-year implementation plan. Administration recommends upgrading a tandem truck scheduled for replacement in 2026. The proposed upgrade includes adding a side wing and installing a stronger truck chassis to support the wing's operation. Currently, the city uses tandem trucks with attachment to clear snow from major roads. A wing attachment helps increase the width of our snow clearing path when maintaining highways, reducing the number of passes and also pushing snow to the side while keeping the truck wheels safely away from the road edge. This provides a contingency for the operator, improving safety and reducing the likelihood of delays. The upgraded truck is necessary because the wing attachment requires a stronger chassis and a more powerful motor than those found in the city's current fleet. The cost of the upgrade is $75,000 with operating impact of $2,535 in 2026 for mainly maintenance and insurance, and $11,790 to contribute to the life cycle reserve. Moving now to the second project, 26004, Parks Growth Plan, located on page 2.5 of your budget binder. This is the second of a 5-year implementation plan. Like the Roads Growth Plan, the Parks Growth Plan developed in 2024 provides a timely and coordinated approach to increasing equipment and staffing capacity while distributing financial impacts over a reasonable 5-year period. There are 2 components to our 2026 budget recommendations. Administration recommends purchasing a 1/4-ton truck with a hydraulic lift gate to support the litter and garbage control program, as well as a stump grinder for tree removal operations. So, to enhance support for the litter and garbage control program, the 2026 operating budget that you will see on Thursday includes a new labor position. Currently, 1 employee is allocated for waste removal in parks and on trails. A second full-time employee is recommended to share this workload. If approved, then a new truck will be assigned to this position. So this is how these the plans join each other. So the capital aspect is a truck, and you will see a staff requirement on Thursday, and the 2 are linked together. Park Services also currently rents a stump grinder annually at a cost of $5,600. Purchasing this equipment will result in an operational saving of $2,700 per year and provide increased access. So factoring in these savings, the simple payback period for a new unit for a grinder is about 5.6 years. So this is a piece of equipment that we're renting every year, and we found that we can basically save money by purchasing it. So the total capital cost for both pieces of equipment, they are all together, is $77,100, with operating impact of for both $1,300 for repair, maintenance, and insurance, in 2026 and 8,756 to life cycle reserve in 2027. And the next, the third projects related to growth, and I will end after this. The third budget recommendation is projects 26011, local transit bus stops improvement, which is located on page 211 of your budget binder. This is the second of a 7-year implementation plan. In 2024, a high-level review of the transit system was conducted, and we did that internally. The review evaluated the service against standards to identify areas of strength and areas needing improvement. The findings are documented in the 2024 Transit Review and Action Plan, for which I think you can find on our city website. This project recommendation is about setting our bus stops infrastructure to better serve our ridership. In 2026, 50 concrete pads should be installed at bus stops. These new pads will ensure safe access to local buses for passengers for all mobility levels. Accessible and barrier-free bus stops will improve the travel experience for passengers using mobility aids, including those supported by organizations such as the Robin Hood Association and the L'Amoureux Support Services. The larger pads are also designed to accommodate future amenities planned in 2027 and 2028, such as benches, waste receptacle, and shelters. So we're basically setting the ground for improving the overall over 3 years. Details on those 2027 and 2028 projects for the benches, the waste receptacles, and the shelters is available in your budget request document on page 212. The capital cost for concrete pads to be installed in 2026 is $350,000. Beginning in 2027, an annual contribution of $37,000 will be allocated to the reserve for life cycle replacement. The city is eligible for funding through the Canadian Permanent Transit Fund, which will cover about 40% of the total project costs. So from the $350,000, the city will pay about $210,000, and the federal grant about $140,000. Administration recommends that this project proceed contingent upon grant approval. So I'll pause here. Our team is available to answer any question council may have on these 3 budget requests.
Thank you so much. We're going to move right along here, going to Councillor Harris.
So, Richard, relative to the stump grinder, I presume that the department would have done a cost-benefit analysis on a couple of things. One, renting and using our staff to grind out stumps. And the curious question is, how many stumps do we typically grind in an annual, maintenance period? But more importantly, did you do a cost-benefit analysis of looking at actually putting stump grinding out to tender and actually having the contractor supply both the labor and the equipment to achieve our outcomes?
To the Mayor, to Councillor Harris, no, I did not do this cost analysis of contracting out.
Well, I understand owning our own machine, and we can utilize our staff resources quite well in that regard. But I think that's a level of analysis that should at least be looked at in regards. So it's a bit of a contracting out, but I wouldn't see that as a negative thing for our union relations, because ultimately we can use them in so many ways without having to add additional staff. It's something that I would suggest be at least looked at, and I don't think it's a difficult analysis to do. And so the last question is, how many stumps do we typically take out in an annual period?
Through the Mayor, to Councillor Harris, I will ask maybe our Parks Manager to come up front and maybe provide an estimate.
Yeah.
Good morning, Council. So through the Mayor to Councillor Harris, we do approximately 40 stumps per year.
Okay, yeah, that kind of goes to my question in terms of whether there's a break point between contracting out and or retaining our own equipment staff for that. But that's an observation. It's not a question. It's not a clarification. I guess I leave that for further consideration as you go forward in these types of analyses?
To the mayor, to Councillor Harris, just a personal experience I had with myself contracting someone at home for my personal trees. I had about 5 stumps to be removed about a year and a half ago, and basically hired students to come and do that. I paid around $700 to get those 5 stumps removed. So it's a little bit more than $100 a stump.
Yeah.
And then if you can do the maths regarding what could be the cost for 40.
Yeah, Richard, I don't know if you can compare personal utilization of that type of service
But
against
it's just
the corporate.
Give you an idea.
Yeah, totally understand that. I just post that as a consideration for future review potentially.
Noted.
Okay.
Thank you. If you're done, then I'll move to Councillor Ketcher.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to go to the transit one. So the first question that I have, it says 2027 bus bench installations, and it says there's no capital costs because they're going to go out and try and get companies to do it. So if there's no capital cost to it, why wouldn't we be trying to get these bus benches installed earlier than later?
To the mayor, to Councillor Ketcher, I think that's just to make sure we have the basis to do that. So the concrete pads to be installed, and then after that we can move forward with the benches. If there's another strategy, then I will invite our transit supervisors to come and comment further.
Okay, and then I guess I'm just looking at this total project and understand replacing existing pads and stuff like that. So everything's contingent on these pads getting put in before we can do any of the other work?
Good morning, Council. Through the Mayor to Councillor Ketcher. Yes, the concrete pads are required as the base for any future furniture to be installed. So currently we have primarily asphalt pads, which do not have the structural integrity to be able to hold a full-size shelter and anchor it down. So we do need concrete pads for that. And the benches also require concrete pads to be installed. They cannot be installed on asphalt.
Okay, so then again to my point, so we have to wait for the grant funding to know if we're doing this. I'm just really struggling with, if the project's approved, you can do the concrete in the spring. Why wouldn't we be looking at benches by the fall?
Yes, through the mayor to you, Councillor Ketcher, we could definitely look at accelerating the bench as long as a contractor would be available to come in. But to install 50 pads over the summer, it might take the full summer to get those all installed. So that's why we had recommended 2027 for looking at the benches.
Okay, last question on the benches. But if we know we're going to do that and we know we're going to get these pads in, should we not be going out and getting this commitment so that we could, get these benches bought and paid for by these companies so the minute those pads are ready, they can go? And I only ask that question because I know a lot of seniors use these and they're always complaining there's no benches to sit.
We can definitely start the ball rolling right now. We did space the installation out over a number of years to take into account that the grant funding that we are receiving, we have a maximum amount every year that we will have available to us. So we only have $142,000 per year through that grant funding. So that's only how much we have available to use on all transit capital projects, including bus purchases. So next year was the concrete pad installations, so that we can utilize that grant funding. And in 2027, we are going to be hopefully using that for the bus purchases. So that's why we didn't plan any installations of furniture at bus stops in 2027.
Okay, I'll buzz back in.
Sounds good. Councillor Wesley, 1 sec. There you go.
Okay, so just curious, with the concrete pads, do we have any kind of ideas or estimates as to how ridership will be impacted by having this amenity?
We don't have any specific numbers, but we are anticipating that by making the service more attractive and more accessible, that our ridership will increase. We don't have exact stats that say like a percentage increase based on concrete pad installation.
Okay. And then the second question is, I noticed, and Councillor Ketcher brought this up as well, is the project is contingent on about a 40% of it being covered by the grant. What's the likelihood of that grant being approved, and does the project not go forward if the grant doesn't get approved?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, the likelihood is very high that it will get approved. We have already applied through an expression of interest process that was approved already. So now we are just waiting for an official approval from the federal government. And we've applied, and I believe the majority of Alberta applications are still waiting for that grant approval, but the likelihood is very high. And whether or not we get the grant funding and if this project would move forward, we are recommending just to ease the tax burden that we wait for the grant funding. But I would say it's up to council whether or not this proceed with or without grant funding.
Awesome. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation on this. Kind of like a small request for information, but for the roads growth plan, could we be provided with the roads growth plan? It wasn't linked in there like the other ones were.
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, the road growth plan was the first one we created about 6 years ago. And basically the document you have, which is the budget recommendation document, this is it. That's the plan itself.
Okay.
We did not expand like we've done with transit or parks on a separate plan.
Okay.
So that was the first kick at the can, and we basically kept it simple, just included into the budget recommendation. So you will see basically the 7 years of implementation there, and the last year being next year. So that's the plan itself.
Okay, that makes sense why I couldn't find it, because
Yeah,
I found
I
the
could not
parks
link
plan.
anything to it. So,
Okay.
yeah.
On that then, is there going to be a new growth plan for roads coming to council at some
The
point?
mayor to Councillor Randawa, yes. I think that what we're looking at is over pretty much every 5 to 7 years. And I think 5 years is a good time to look at. So we're going to be due most likely the next year or two to create a new roads growth plan as we're implementing the rest. But yeah, it's due. So we'll have to look at how it looks like. If you look 10, 15, 20 years down the road, it's very difficult to see.
100%.
But understanding how, especially the development is happening, there's 2 new subdivision coming up, then now we can start to plan accordingly. And those subdivision takes what, from sometimes 5, 10, 15 years to develop. So looking at a 5-year window is a good approach for us operationally.
Okay, awesome. And then one question regarding the parks growth plan, which I was able to read and find. So there's 2 kind of tables provided. One is like area of growth from 2016 to 2023, and then the second one's 23 to 27. I noticed there's quite a change in like the key drivers in those 2 time spans. Could you perhaps speak to that? Like, for example, boulevard maintenance is quite large, and the top table, it's not large on the top table, it's quite large on the bottom one. Yeah.
So to the mayor, to Councillor Randawa, you're talking about page 2-6?
Yes, 2-6, yeah.
Yep, and we put this in there just to give you an idea about what did we, in the first table, what did we see for growth over the last few years, and understanding that we had a good amount of growth in the community, it gives you an idea about how this affects our assets, from tree inventory to trails, boulevard mowing, and then, parking open space mowing in terms of hectares. So it gives you an idea overall what the growth and what's the change is for the inventory. And what we've done is like, okay, if we look at from 2023 to 2027, is what we see now that we know that will most likely happen, or what we're going to receive from FAC, CCC, and those things. And we know also that there's, again, 2 new development coming up into the south, into the annexed area, which also adds to potential growth in the future. They're not done yet, but they are being processed as we speak. So this is really to give you an idea about in the past, we basically saw growth. Here's how it impacts us in terms of asset. In the future, the next, I think that was like a 4 to 5 years, is what we see coming up. So it's not stopping. And with new developments, it's going to keep growing. So we'll have more streets, more parks, more doggy bags to take care of, more boulevard maintenance, more trails. It is a fact. So I cannot control growth, but we can adjust ourselves, and that's how we approach it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
Good morning. Would there, this is talking about the transit bus stops again, would there not be efficiencies in doing the bench and in certain stops the cement work? And I don't know a lot about cement work, but I know I've seen some where the base for the bench is actually put into the cement, the bolt sticking up, or so that it can be fastened down securely so that nobody's getting it.
I'm sure through the mayor to Councillor Blizzard, yes, what we are recommending is a concrete pad and then a metal bench that would be anchored into that concrete pad. So the bench would not be the concrete legs with a wooden top. It would be actually anchored into the concrete. So those are separate contractors that normally do that kind of work. So we would get the concrete pads installed, and then a different contractor would come in and install their benches onto that concrete pad that would then be anchored down into that concrete.
Wouldn't it be easier to have some of it pre-done so that they don't have to drill into cement, or I don't know?
As far as I understand the process, the concrete base needs to be done fully, and then the bench would come in and be installed at a later time. To have the concrete bench or have the concrete installed afterwards or at a different time, just I'm not sure how that would work. So to ensure that we have the full size of the pad that we need, and then the bench should come on later. Because to put concrete just underneath the bench, which would all be that a bench contractor would do, they would not install the full size of a concrete pad that we would want. We would most likely have to do some remedial work to that concrete pad afterwards.
Okay, and I suppose there's cost efficiencies in doing all of the cement at once, because I also feel like Councillor Ketcher, new term here, said, you know, it might be nice to get the busiest ones that have the highest need for a bench done all in 1 year, as opposed to doing all the cement. So like certain ones that are outside of some of the seniors' residences or highly used by some of the seniors, or some with maybe smaller children, same thing, get the cement pad and the bench done, or maybe even a shelter.
Definitely we will be prioritizing which locations get a concrete pad first, and locations that are either higher ridership or in front of locations that have more residents with mobility needs will be prioritized first. But when we're looking at a concrete contractor to come in, the most efficient way for them is to go in areas that are together rather than picking up, doing one location, going to a very different location the next day. So there will be some efficiencies. We'll be able to work with the contractor to make sure that they're getting them done as quickly as possible. And like I mentioned, we could look at, since we are not purchasing any benches, we could look at installing benches next year as the concrete pads are being installed. For the shelters, we are not looking at purchasing those until 2028, when another round of the capital, the grant funding comes available.
Okay, and I would suggest maybe at least putting a few benches, even if they're only temporary ones, into the ones that, you know, are used by people that might need a bench.
Definitely something to consider for sure.
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard and Councillor Casher, this is noted. And as we're going to be if council approve the projects, then we'll look at how we can speed up the benches. We hear it clearly.
Thank you. All right, I'm just going to jump in here before I go to round two. Snow clearing and ice control and parks, both of those are multi-year projects that were kind of based on projections. So I'm just checking in to see, like, how are we doing with that? Are we finding that the plan as we started 4 years ago is keeping up?
Councilor Mayor, Mayor Macon, the snow clearing and ice control is performed by our roads services. Parks as well does a little bit of snow clearing for facilities and sidewalks and those type of things. I think that for roads, our program is doing well. It's when we get to the residential snow clearing that this is where we can feel more pressure. Right now, we can do a residential snow clearing within about 10 working days. If we don't adjust our practice, then we can see this being extended to about 12 days to do the residential snow clearing. Regarding the snow clearing on sidewalks and buildings, we have a service level standard that we follow, and then from the comments I'm getting, it seems that we are on pace with servicing new buildings or servicing new sidewalks and things like that. So saying that, are we always meeting the expectation of residents? I will say about 85 to 90%, absolutely, but there's always 10% that I will say would like to have maybe more frequent snow clearing, especially in residential streets where snow tends to accumulate and we have limited snow storage. So,
okay, thank you. I wanted just to ask a question, Lindsay, on the transit review and plan going forward. So I'm just going to jump a little bit out of capital just because it's in this section. When you say in 2027, introducing local service to developing neighborhoods, what are you considering developing neighborhoods?
So it's primarily the locations on the south side of South Fort Drive. So there's like in the South Point area and in the West Park areas that don't have any service today.
Okay. And then are you hearing a lot of feedback? Like, I know we got a lot of feedback during the campaign about the pressures in those areas and how far it is actually to a bus stop. And like those neighborhoods, some of them have been there for quite some time now. And so like, are you like feeling any pressure to that 2027 might not be good enough for trying to meet the service level need in those areas?
Mayor Bacon, we do hear requests for service, especially from parents who have teens that are looking to get to after school programs or work or even to the schools.
Yeah.
And also from some seniors who cannot walk as far as they would be required to get to a bus stop. I don't have the numbers of how many like service trackers we get in on a monthly basis, but we do hear frequently, and through the public engagement that we have done in the past, it was definitely something that we did hear, that this is a gap in transit service today. If we were to wait until 2027, there'd be some of these kids that probably will have graduated school by then, so we would be too late to service those. The earlier we can get in there, the better, to start changing travel habits and get people using transit earlier. But yeah, so it's for some residents, I would say 2027 is too late. Others, they have already driven and they have their cars by now. So
okay, thank you. All right, on round two, there are a few, so I'm going to go to Councillor Harris.
Lindsay, a number of years ago, and this is in relation to the fact we're putting stops in, and bus stops and concrete pads and the like, and benches and all the things that ultimately will help us attract to more users to it. They'll see it as convenient. A number of years ago, the Lions Club generously donated, I think it was about 3 of the old style transit shelter designs. Before we had a transit shelter design, we just basically took it as a grant or as a donation. Those things have kind of reached the end of their lifespan, and they are kind of getting dated and kind of worn out. When would the plan be to replace those with the new standard? And subject to that, will we expect to have shelters at most of our transit stops in some point in the future? Is that going to be a standard that we will have?
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, our plan is to replace those shelters in 2028.
Okay.
Once we have the concrete bases down. And we would actually be willing to partner again with the Lions Society. They have expressed interest in the last couple of years to help pay for a shelter. So we would definitely be looking for partnerships like that again. And for the total number of shelters that we would be looking for, we would be looking in the range of 30-ish% of bus stops that offered that as an amenity. So locating them at places where high ridership, where there are transfers, or places we know that are adjacent to seniors' residences or to schools.
Great. I applaud the department's efforts to obviously seek to get any donations, in this case from Lions Club. In that case, I presume that they would then be contributing into our standard instead of something that's got plaque, signs all over it saying donated by the. Yeah, I appreciate that, but what are we going to do in the future in relation to that?
Yeah, to the mayor, to Councillor Harris, we had high-level discussion with members of the Lions, and what we're looking at is basically a financial contribution. And not just a shelter itself. So we will build it, and then we'll basically ask them to provide a financial contribution to it as a sponsorship.
That seems eminently fair to me, and I think it acknowledges the fact that we are getting some contributions from the Lions, so we find a way to acknowledge that in due course. Okay, good work, good work.
Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to what I've heard. I've heard if we get the grant, it's subject to the grant, but, okay. So if for some reason, so we have to hold off waiting for the grant, but if we didn't get the grant, then what would you do? Like, how much would you do?
To the mayor, to Councillor Catcher, we will come back to council with a maybe revised budget in a sense. Instead of showing a grant as a revenue, then we'll say maybe it's $350,000 absorbed to the city. But council also can make a decision to approve the project without any conditions.
Okay, so that's where I'm going. So I guess on that, so within the grant application, does it say you can't start any of that prior to approval? Or is this one of these that, if you get it, great, and you can be going along?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, unfortunately, this grant does stipulate that you cannot sign any contracts prior to the approval of the grant being given. So we can start to do some preliminary work on identifying like where shelters and where benches would go, but we cannot sign any contracts prior to getting the approval from the federal government for this grant.
Okay, I'd like to have a little more conversation on this one. I'd like to have this flagged if possible. Does anybody?
Looking for any objection to flagging this item? No objection, I'll take that as consensus.
Okay, and the only reason I ask that is I'm assuming even if we got the grant, it's only for a portion of those bases and not for all of it, so, correct?
Mayor Macon, through to Councillor Ketcher, the grant is a 40% of the purchase or of the contract covered. So the federal government is providing 40% of the project costs. So it's not saying it's certain number of locations. It's just that the project costs this much, they will fund up to 40% of that.
Okay, so they're agreeable to flagging it so we can have further conversation. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Andawa?
Yeah, thanks. I would like to ask just a couple clarifying questions on the transit bus stops. So, am I correct in that there's about 65 bus stops right now, and 15 of them are currently concrete, and the rest are asphalt?
Mayor Macon, through you to the councillor, there are 65 bus stops currently. 15 of them, I believe, do have concrete pads. The rest, I have a mixture of asphalt pads or don't have any pads at all. Okay. I can get you those numbers. They are in a spreadsheet, but I don't have them.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, if you could, just for interest. And so then by making these all concrete, we're making them quite permanent, right? Like no pun or anything intended. Like, does that impact any of our future bus stop routing or anything once we put these concrete pads down? Or are we confident these will be a part of our routes for the foreseeable future?
We are confident that these will be a part of our roads. They have been in use for approximately 10 years now, so we have no vision of removing them. We look to just expanding the service in the future, not reducing it at these locations.
Okay. And we can't use the asphalt pads that we have currently to just like bolt down benches? Like, will the asphalt not hold that?
Unfortunately, it does not hold the mixture and the aggregate mixture in the asphalt does not allow for the structural integrity that we would need for a shelter and a bench.
Okay.
And they're also very narrow. They're more of a path to get from the curb to the sidewalk, and we would need them to be much larger. So we'd need to expand even if we weren't doing concrete.
Okay. And I was reading the transit review and action plans. There was I believe there was 6 items that are action items to meet like service levels that we were hoping to do, and this was, I believe, the 5th one. Have the other ones in that like meet category been accomplished or in progress of being accomplished?
Mayor Meekin, through you to the councillor, I would need to double check, but I believe most of them have been completed already. Yeah, I would need to actually go back and look to see which ones we have completed. Some of them were about changing the commuter service,
yes.
And so yeah, we have accomplished most of those already.
Okay, so when this comes back, could I get that information as part of that? As well as I believe that transit review said the capital expenditure would be about $500,000 in 2026, and we're looking at 350. So just trying to understand where the rest of that was.
To the mayor, to Councillor Rondawa, the $500,000 is basically what we've done is we look at the cost of the concrete pad and the cost of the bench, which we project will be 0, and the cost of adding benches and bus shelters. That's $150,000.
Okay.
So the 350 and the 150 are what makes the $500,000. Because of the grant is coming in chunks of $142,000 a year, we decided to spread this over 3 years, so we can use wisely the grant to offset the costs as we're moving forward with that. So, and that's just an approach to use the grants, and we are in communication basically with the region on how we plan to achieve these things. So that's the difference, and it's a good question: the 500,000 versus the 350.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, you bet.
Kind of totally switching gears, Mr. Gagnon, you mentioned regarding the snow removal, it takes about 10 days to kind of clear it out through the city. Has that been constant throughout the past couple of years, and do we expect it to be constant, or has that shifted?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rondawa, from the time that I've been at Public Works, I will say it's consistent.
Okay.
8 to 10 days in earlier, maybe, but now what we see is 10 days to do the work. And what we see is that as the community is developing, and we have basically residential areas that are more dense, there's less space as well to put snow on the side. So we have to haul this. So this adds to basically sometimes it can take a little bit more time to move in, because it's not just a question of pushing snow on the side, it's also putting it into a dump truck and having dispose in Strathcona County. So it takes a little bit more time that way. And as you see more density, you're gonna see a little bit more time to remove snow. Because of the complexity of what we deal with. On a typical acreage, it's easy just to push the snow on the side. But in this case, it's a little bit, with parking and everything else, it takes a little bit more time. So it's not also snow removal. There's a team. There's a huge team involved in this. It's not just our operators removing snow. It's also municipal enforcement involved as well, and making sure that people don't park in areas that we're clearing. So it takes time and coordination. And as we are growing, so the resources I'm always asking is related to roads, but there's always an impact of growth to municipal enforcement as well.
Okay. So is it a service level that we've set for 10-ish days? Because I thought we'd kind of more do like the amount of snow that gets kind of compiled.
Yeah, Mayor Macon to Councillor Rondawa, the 10 days is the result of our, it's not really a service level per se. It's the result of our resources to address the issue. But the service level will say potentially 75 millimeters of snow, and then we can start the snow clearing in residential. We also not only look at that, but we also look at the conditions of the road, the ice, and there's an art and science to everything. So our roads manager also makes the call on when it's time to do this. And our service level is really specific to what do we clear first, for example, highways and collectors and things like that, and when do we do other roads like residentials and things like that. So, but yeah, and the budget really drives also when we get in.
Okay. I don't want to be a bother asking for information always. Can I get some sort of year over year if it's always been 10 days, if it's been 9 days, or is that, do we not have the data to that specific?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rondeau, we do have maps that we make available on our website to inform the residents about this upcoming snow clearing in residential.
Yeah.
And we can make we can go back a few years and we can make this available to council, so you can see the schedule over 9 days, 10 days, 11 days, or 8 days.
Yeah.
So we'll try to go as when we start to make those maps and provide that to council. Yes, that's possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, maybe if I could just follow up a little bit on Councillor Rendawa's question. If we add the tandem truck, would we expect to see an increase in service levels or a decrease in costs but maintenance of the current service levels?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, the tandem truck is a item that will be replaced, so we already have it. It's just the addition of the wing and the chassis that basically help us be more efficient. So, for example, when you have a tandem truck with a blade at the front and something on the side, you can clear basically a wider aspect of snow, especially on a highway. So you're going to basically be a little bit more efficient. But one of the items that and that's why I'm championing this one, is also on the safety point of view. Because when you do highways, or if you do, let's say, roadways close to industrial areas where you have a ditch, if you only have a front plow, sometime in order to remove snow close to the ditch, then you have to bring the plow and the wheels close to the ditch, and we had an incident in the past where one of our plow got into the ditch. So that will impede your service level in a sense, because now you're down a truck. Having a wing will help us to keep that truck away from the edge of the roads, and that will basically help us out. It seems minor sometimes for some people, but when you're facing a blizzard and you can see well in the front, these little things helps to keep safety. So there's an efficiency aspect and a safety aspect more than a service level aspect to this.
Okay, so just to wrap my little economist brain around, to me, efficiency means we either do something faster or do something cheaper. Would this be something that would do something faster or do something cheaper?
Mr. Rogers is coming up if you want him to answer.
So through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, I will say it's both. You can do the highway a little bit faster, and if you can do faster, most likely it can result in a little bit cheaper in terms of the use of resources. But I will let Mr. Rogers to expand on this.
Through your worship to Councillor Wesley, you guys are having a great conversation about snow clearing, what we do. I'll try to answer a few questions actually about a bunch of things. The residential snow clearing, we're currently at about a 10 working day schedule to clear our residential. We've gone to that method based on the fact that we have to sign up 72 hours ahead of time to be able to have some clear streets to go do a better job than what we used to. Previous to us actually going out and putting up signs, we put signs out and we said, please move. So not everybody would move. You get a neighborhood that complained that our whole street was moved. This neighborhood, they didn't. So we tried to incorporate municipal enforcement into that to help us out with that. So at one time we'd be finishing up a highway snow clearing, gone through our mains, gone through collectors. Tomorrow we're just going to jump into residential because we can. We'd start going, we'd pick the old part of town, this part of town. Well, you're always picking the old part of town first. So it became down a balancing game. So we came down to we had an 8-day schedule to start with when we started doing these mapping out and going forth with, hey, move it or you're going to get towed, or you're going to get a fine. Through the growth of the city, through having to haul a lot of these neighborhoods now, we've bumped it up to a 10-day. 10-day, some of those days we're actually, depending on where you're at, getting into a 16-hour work day. So it gets very long, gets very arduous. This year we're actually toying with a 12 working day residential snow clear, seeing the development we've come up to. So if you want to go back, like we're just talking 2017 is when I became the manager. I was the foreman before that. So, you know, within those 10 years, we've slowly progressed into these differences where we had neighborhoods that could pile the snow, neighborhoods there's no way you could pile it without impeding parking, drainage, sight lines, everything. So we've changed a bit of our program, and now we're hauling a lot more. So to go back and give you some maps, we can give you a few of that, but that's kind of the progression of this to where we're at. With that, like Mr. Gagnon said, the huge support for us is coming from municipal enforcement to be able to go do our job. They need those resources to communicate to the people. We also, with our communications, we've gone heavily ahead with the websites, people signing up for notifications, so on and so forth. So that whole picture is there. To jump into our timing, part of the reason we're asking for the plow truck with the wing is not also just the efficiency, it's the traffic we have on this highway is exponential to what it was a few years ago. So it's about getting it off the highway, but I still got to go back because the traffic is rutted up so bad. I'm back sanding what I just did an hour ago. So it's not that we're going to be done the highway and we're moving on to something else. It's I've got the snow cleared, I've got sand down. Now I can get back sanding a bit sooner. I'm still back at the highway. Instead of asking for an extra person, extra truck, we want to put a wing on a truck so we can have the same person doing a little bit more. 119th Street out towards IPL and all that. That area has grown a lot with their expansions. We never used to have to worry about the hill so much. It's got to get to it now. Josephburg Road, same thing. So it's the hum of the city is really picked up, and we're just trying to keep up to that in a timely manner.
Okay, awesome. So when you refer to the old part of Fort Saskatchewan, the one being done first, is it safe to say that that is Mr. Rogers' neighborhood?
No, the whole city's my neighborhood, but thank you very much for finally somebody getting onto that.
I apologize in retrospect, but I couldn't help myself. So good. And thanks for the answer, though.
All right, Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, since you opened it up about the snow clearing, it's interesting how since we moved here 32 years, snow clearing has changed. I think expectations from the public, the first few years here, I was told, oh no, they rarely clear. It just gets packed down. We had a 6 or 8 inch drop to the main road, which is nice now that it's done more often. But I have noticed because we're hauling snow in the newer neighborhoods that are denser, they've also been hauling on our street a lot more than in the past. And I get if there's a big dump that you might have to haul because there's just no space, but I live on it's a cul-de-sac, it's got lots of room, the streets coming in. Do we still do more piling if possible and then get through those areas a little quicker than you would in the newer areas that need to have hauling?
Yeah, so through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, your neighborhood is the bulb, the cul-de-sac, so way back, we used to actually haul some of those when we could haul our snow locally. Then we quit doing that because we lost the use of our snow dump. So we just kind of piled to the side. Then I'm dealing with it in springtime because the person just down the street that got all the snow on that long stretch is complaining about drainage. So now we got ice at the corner. So if we're going and we're close to your neighborhood and we're doing a bit of hauling anyways, if we know we've kind of used up our storage area of the boulevard and we're going to have an issue come spring, I'm going to go pop a couple tandems in there, pull that bulb out and be gone. Not pointing at you. Some people feel it's easier to blow it to the street. So, yeah. And a lot of the cul-de-sacs and stuff like that, where their driveways come to a point, they don't have any storage space between each other to put it. So they'll put what they can and then it starts going out. So the center of your cul-de-sac gets built up. We've had a couple cul-de-sacs where the people thought it was, they took it and they actually piled the snow right in the middle on their own, thinking we're going to come get it. So we play a balancing game with that. As far as cleaning times, we've always been around 2 to 4, depending on weather, residential snow clears. We use the 7.5 centimeter as a guideline. It's tough to use in some newer neighborhoods because if we get ruts, if we get ice, and then once again, there are some back alleys and stuff like that where they have nowhere to put the snow, but they put it on the street. So now your 7.5 yesterday became 12, 15 today. So it's also the alleys have become a lot more as well.
Can we just put a dome over the city and have the snow go all around it?
We call it the shell bubble with the weather that goes around us. So, yeah.
Since you mentioned it, though, if Emmy is listening out there in the world watching this, I would like to see some enforcement on the people that put it on the road, and not necessarily on the cul-de-sacs, but sometimes on those main roads, and not the highways, obviously, but the 99 Ave Ring Road, West Park Way. I see people doing that, and then it's so sloppy and dangerous for the people following that. I wish we had a little bit of enforcement on it so that people know that, no, that's not allowed. It is a bylaw.
In their full defense, honestly, if we're out and we're plowing a street, like my grader operators, if they're out doing something, they see somebody blatantly just blowing it out, we give them a shout, they come talk to them.
Yeah.
Like they've been very good about responding to stuff like that.
Yeah, it is not allowed. It is a bylaw. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rondown?
I have a question. Maybe it's for Mr. Fleming. I'm just going to toss that out there. Maybe keep him on his toes. It's an interesting conversation on kind of snow removal. It's quite multifaceted, more complex than maybe it used to be when I was on council as well. What is a good way to have a conversation around this, not only to educate new members like myself, but also to understand how we can continue to support our staff to, provide our residents with the service levels they maybe want or expect going forward?
So through the mayor, there's probably a few options you have. I mean, you could just do a straight notice of motion, ask administration to come back with a report. Typically throughout the course of a term, I do think it's a good idea for council to, select 3 or 4 or however many core service areas and do have a detailed conversation on it. I don't actually think we've talked about snow specifically in a few years. Getting it in the strat plan as being a service area that you want to review is also a good idea, probably what I would recommend, but that means the conversation might not happen for a year. So it probably depends on your sense of timing, but those are probably the two main options. And again, when Mr. Gagnon comes back to talk about the next round for the growth plan for roads, that's probably another good time we could have a detailed conversation about it.
Okay. Can I flag this wing item just to keep it on the agenda, and then give us some days, maybe council kind of gauges it when's the best way to do it? I'm not interested in removing this tandem wing, but just keeps it on front of mind for us.
Why don't you do an information request then, and because that comes back for more questions too. So we'll just take it, if you're okay with that, take it as an information request.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, that works for you.
Yep,
perfect. Councillor Ketcher?
So I just have one last question. So a number of years ago, we set up a reserve to deal with potentially a year that we have an abundance of snow in that. Have we ever had to access that reserve?
To the mayor, to Councillor Catcher, yes. The average over the last 3 to 4 years has been $200,000.
That you've taken out of that reserve to deal with operations?
That's right. So what we see, and you will see in the operating budget coming up on Thursday, we're doing some adjustments on some of our costs to help to reduce our dependence on this reserve. So, but yes, we did this approach where we reduced the budget, we created a reserve. But what I've seen over the last 4 years, it's an average of just under $200,000 that we're taking away from the reserve.
Okay, my question, are we making a contribution to reserve every year then? She can answer.
How the reserve works is if there's a surplus in a year in the snow clearing, we will transfer that surplus to the reserve at year end. If there's a deficit in snow clearing, we fund the deficit from snow clearing. So there's no ongoing contribution to that reserve. So what we're looking at within the capital budget is a recommendation to increase costs ongoing for snow clearing. We'll see how that plays out and see if we need to rework the reserve in a year or two.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further? Perfect. So 2 quick comments. What I hear from the general public on snow clearing is that if you move here from somewhere else, they will tell you that we have nothing to complain about and that our snow removal is amazing. So keep up what you're doing. The other thing was that at Alberta Municipalities Trade Show, there is a lot of people selling wings. So I have pamphlets for you to take a look at. But great news. Lunch is here. We have a lot to get through for this afternoon. So is 12:30 enough time for people? We do have quite a bit. Okay, 12:40 it is. 12:40? Okay, then we are adjourned for lunch. All right, welcome back. We will continue with Richard Gagnon on your next three.
Thank you, Mayor Macon and members of council. I will now move to the final three budget recommendations for Public Works. Projects 26014, Parks Naming Signs, located on page 217 of your budget document. Administration recommends renaming 3 parks using the city's naming registry. Currently, 3 parks carry unofficial names generally associated with their surrounding neighborhoods. These established park spaces have been identified as suitable for official naming. They include Windsor Point Park, Southfort Park, and Southfort Ridge Park. 2 parks will be renamed in 2026 and the third one in 2027. Phasing the naming process helps distribute the administrative workload and preserves the significance of each naming decision. The official names will be selected from the city naming registry, and this is a process that involves city council. Parks are appropriate amenities for recognizing individuals who have contributed to the development of Fort Saskatchewan. Naming these parks in honor of individuals from the registry aligns with the recent examples such as the Don Westman Park and the Petrosky Park. Naming the parks will require the purchase of the individual entry signs. In 2026, the cost of 2 signs is at $60,000 with an operating impact of $5,025 allocated to the life cycle reserve. In 2027, the cost for one entry sign is half, $30,000 with an operating impact of $2,513 to the life cycle reserve as well. Administration recommends approval of the entire projects as part of the 2026 budget process. The next capital projects is projects 26016, Westboro Edge Dog Park Improvement, located on page 219 of your budget document. Administration has identified both challenges and also opportunities for improvement at the dog park. This budget request addresses those challenges by relocating a portion of the perimeter fence and recommending amenities upgrade to enhance the user experience. Administration proposed adjusting the dog park's perimeter to remove the section of fencing that is frequently submerged in water and to eliminate access to the stone pond located in the middle of the dog park. The revised layout, which is on page 2-22, will increase the dog park's area by about just a little bit less than 1 hectare, representing about a 7% expansion. The fencing will also stop access to the stone pond by dogs and their owners. Our sewer bylaw prohibits the use of stone pond for recreational activities all year round. In the summer, water quality fluctuates. In the winter, stormwater pond ice is not monitored and unpredictable. For your information, the fire department reported that they performed 3 dog rescues going through ice in 2025. To improve the dog park, administration also recommends installing 1 shade shelter with 4 picnic tables on the northwest side of the park, 3 park benches, 3 waste receptacles and 4 doggy bag dispensers, 20 large caliper trees, paved surface at all 4 entrances, and some new signage at the entrance. The total cost of the project is $245,000 with an operating impact of $1,000 in 2026 for routine maintenance and $4,700 in 2027 for life cycle reserve contribution. And finally, Project 26020, new docks at Lions Community Ponds located on page 2-25 of your budget document. The Lions Community Fish Pond at West River Edge provides access to nature and serve as a community gathering space for West Park and for Saskatchewan. Each year, the pond is stocked with rainbow trout. The pond is regionally known, meaning people from other neighborhoods and communities are accessing the area and enjoying our amenities. Currently, 2 docks are permanently anchored at the Lions Fish Pond. These docks allow anglers to cast their line beyond the heavily vegetated shoreline, improving access to better water conditions and enhancing the fishing experience. Administration recommends adding 4 rolling docks to further improve access. These new docks will reduce crowding, encourage greater usage, and provide improved fishing access. They will reduce the issue for young fishing enthusiasts to hook the casting line on vegetations when fishing from the edge of the shore. The rolling docks will be placed in the water each spring and removed in the fall. Their positioning can be adjusted annually to optimize placement based on user preference. The total cost of the projects is $80,000, or about $20,000 each docks, with an operating impact of $2,100 in 2026 for routine maintenance and insurance, and just over $8,000 in 2027 for life cycle reserve. This concludes my presentation on these 3. Again, we're available to answer any question you may have regarding the last 3 budget recommendations.
Thank you for your presentation on that. I'm going to go first on this one. My questions to start with are around the West River's Edge Dog Park. I'm just curious, I was really glad to see this one in here because I did hear quite a lot about this during the campaign. So I'm glad to see it was already in here and that we didn't have to bring it forward for consideration. But based on what I'm seeing here, I'm just wondering what kind of feedback that was taken into consideration from the public, because although I think this addresses some of the issues, I'm just wondering, even the placement of the shade shelter, which is quite a distance from the entrance. I know some of the feedback I got was they were looking for the addition of another large pen separate, so maybe not expanding what we have there, but actually having another large pen. And I guess maybe just more information on even the signage. Are we looking at not just replacing the signage, but making it more specific and hoping that people will follow the rules better down there? Just would want more information on this one, Richard.
Okay. The project started last year when we look at the issues of the fencing around the, and this is what triggered this project. And then we have basically fencing going underwater now, and when you look at it, if you walk it, it doesn't look good. So we need to address that, and that's why. And since 2019, now we have officially a storm pond in the middle of it because the development of Windsor Point basically is bringing the water in this area, which increased the level, and that's why we have now fencing underwater. So. It was the first attempt to say, okay, let's bring this to council to resolve the issue. The issue was also looking at the aspect of people accessing the storm pond now, because as you know, our sewer bylaw basically prohibit the use of the storm pond water, either for dogs or for people swimming or to do any recreational activities. So we need to address that. So that's the first thing we did into this project. Then we look at some of the comments we got through Fort Report, because we do receive a few as well. I don't have the stats with me, unfortunately, and then maybe our manager of parks can maybe comment on this. I can invite her to come in front here. But overall, what we heard is that, especially for signage, I'll start with that, at the entrance, it's not clear for people what the rules are, and they had a tough time to understand, especially if there's an issue with a dog that is not behaving or hurting another dog, who to contact and how to address these things, or what's their responsibility in a sense. So we need to look at that. In terms of access to, as you know, there's 4 areas in this dog park, a major area, and there's 3 other smaller areas for dogs as well. And then people can use either or, except for one, which is for small dogs. That is basically for anything, I believe it's under 24 inches or something like that. So we need to make it very clear for people where they can go and what they can access. And within the larger park, what we heard is basically it would be nice to, if it's possible, to have some shaded area or a place for people to stop. And when we did the fencing and then did some preliminary work on how it can look like and how we can restrict the access to the stone pond with fencing, then it became evident that on the northwest side, it would be nice to have a place for people to stop and maybe take a little break there. So these are the things we kind of heard, and maybe if there's any other feedback from the public, that would be great. There was no public consultation per se on let us know more about the dog park that you will like, but basically what we tried to do, it started with, as I said, we need to address the fencing and the access to the stone pond, and then after that we saw an opportunity to enhance with other things that we heard through the Ford report.
Mm-hmm. So just to add to that, so through Fort Report, we've heard less than 10 or 12 concerns regarding the shade or lack of shade within the park. We do hear from consistent members of the public that, this request is, please look at it. And then in regards to water and other amenities, the provision for drinking water for their pet and that sort of thing, there may be a handful of people, again, it's usually the few consistent people that are asking for those amenities. So I wouldn't say that there's a variety or large population of people, but it's definitely something that we're aware of. And it's not just within the dog park itself. This request for shade is within many of our park structures. So yeah, I would imagine that probably within the next few years, we'll see more and more of those requests just because of the way our summers are so heated. But yeah.
How much of this project is the shade versus the fence?
Through Mayor Macon, I have some numbers for you. So if you look at the fence, the cost is $138,000 that we basically estimated for this project. When you look at the shade structure, it's $52,000. And the rest will be bench, tables, and trees and waste receptacle for about $42,000. The entrance, modifying the entrance to have like a better surface, about $13,000. So that's, and including some signs.
Yeah, I guess my final comment on that would be that, it might be nice to get some feedback before we decide where we're going to place that shade, because you would hate to spend $52,000 and everyone go, why did they put it there, right? So even if it was a city employee or two down a couple weekends or down a few days during the week with a clipboard, just getting a little bit of feedback, just so we have something to base that on, because, yeah, I would just hate to spend the money in it not being something that people will deem as a good decision. So, all right, we have a full cast here, so we'll start with Councillor Harris.
Yeah, further to the expansion area. So right now we've been maintaining a fairly low level of maintenance in a lot of the area out there. In other words, trying to use the goats to eat the noxious weeds and things like that, which is not working properly, but that's another story. So this expansion area in the blue in figure 1, We'll just change the orientation of the fencing, just move it out towards the trail to the north. And that shelter proposed, it would be kind of right on the boundary, is kind of the way I'm reading the map.
Yeah.
That you've got.
To the mayor, to Councillor Harris, that's correct. So basically, it's in some sort of a teal blue color.
Yeah.
That you'll see the 2.5 hectares. That basically it's a relocation of that fence that is on the south side of that portion,
Good,
and
good.
then and that basically increase the area there. And we are aware of also Nordic Ski Club and what they do. So this was we consider their trail as well.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense to have increased tree planting. So if you in that area, because it's just natural, we're not doing anything.
Right.
I think it will help to create over the long term a sense of park-like with more trees in there. So I support that. I think that's a good idea. I think it's been a great amenity. It should have been a golf course if we had gotten that done back in the early 2000s, but it's not. So it's now a dog park, and I think that seems to be well received by the community. So that's good. So I guess any enhancements that you can do, and in further to council or the mayor's comments, engagement with users, so that ultimately we make sure that our investments in infrastructure out there are well placed and hopefully hit the largest mark. So that's good. So I guess by doing the things necessary to stop dogs from getting into the water, that will solve a problem, which I guess people have said it has been.
Through the mayor to Councillor Harris, that's correct. The fence will be around the pond, and then in a location that will allow us also to grow some of the vegetation as well. So there will be between the fence and the pond.
So it's kind of a cyclone fence. I can't remember what's out there, but
it's a wooden fence with mesh.
Oh, okay. So the
mesh.
lower portion of the yeah. Okay, yeah. Good. Yeah, I recall. Anyways, thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Councillor Wesley?
Yeah, I guess I just have maybe a clarifying question. It looks to me on the map we're expanding the dog area in some parts and contracting it in others. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, that's correct. So there's about 1.5 hectare on the, I will say, northeast side that will be closed. And basically we're replacing what we're losing with an expansion on the, I will say, northwest side in blue.
Okay. Yeah. And as a dog lover myself, just curious as to the experience for the dog. Have we considered that? Not that we're going to take a clipboard and ask the dog, "Hey, Rover, do you like this new experience?" But but have we considered the dog in all this? Is what I'm saying.
Through yeah. I did consult with my own dog. She loves it.
So is the deficiency in this report then? I'm just teasing.
Again, it's difficult for me to say how it will meet the dog's requirement on their perspective, but what they need is a place they can run, they can play, they can meet other dogs and socialize. And they also, there's also other people that have some businesses that bring dogs over and then can use the amenities as well. So I think that that ensures the needs of normally a dog park. There's no specialized services like agility or obedience areas and all those things that you will see normally maybe in the cities or on other people who have acreages and things like that. But it's really a place to park, bring your dog, let them run, socialize, and you go for a walk as well as a dog owner and enjoy yourself. One of the things we saw is that we were concerned about the dogs getting into the water and the dogs getting on the ice and going through. So we're trying to eliminate that.
Okay, thank you. And just to switch projects here to the docks. I just want maybe a little bit of clarity or color as to why the 4 additional docks are a priority item for this year.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, the docks, what we see is it's an opportunity to enhance your amenities, especially when this is becoming regionally known as a place for people to come and fish. And what we have now is we have 2 docks already in place, and this is great. The additional 4 will basically, again, enhance the experience for people. We see that already, and this is the nature, I will say, of the business of people fishing. They have a tendency to spread around. They don't go to the same place. Everybody has their own special spot as well. So, and what we see is that there's about 4 to 6 spots around the pond that people are regularly going and fishing from there, and they go between the cattails and the vegetations and then cast from there. So we thought that it would be a good idea for the community and for people using this to have additional access that way. Is that an absolute priority? This is, I think, a nice projects to have in terms of providing people greater access to the pond. Understanding is getting more and more popular. In June, we have the Kids Can Catch program, and I believe we have about over 500 people to 1,000 people coming in that day and fishing. So it's very popular.
Any idea how many people would use it on a regular or semi-regular basis?
We don't have numbers. We don't really monitor that like on a regular basis to say at this time we have 20 people or 30 people or 60 people. It's difficult to say, but there's a regular amount of anglers going there and using this fish pond. It's also very popular in the winter. You will see people ice fishing there. So our fish pond is a jam in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Randawa.
Thank you. I thought Councillor Wesley was going to ask if you consulted the fish at all, but
they voted no for the project. Just so you know.
Back to the dog park, if that's okay. A question just in regards to the numbers there. So it's about 245,000. That's all coming from reserve. Is that correct?
I'm just going back here. So the source of funding is the West Park Estate Community Enhancement Reserve, yes.
Okay. So can you help me understand, like, the project's 245,000, but the reserve contribution is about 5,000. So is that going to be enough to, like, replace the fence or the shading area or so forth? Because that's a 50-year time horizon.
Okay, Mayor Macon to Councillor Rondeau, can you just repeat your question? I missed a portion of it.
No worries. So the $245,000 of the total cost. The reserve contribution for life cycle replacement is $4,700.
Yeah.
So does that match up with our expected lifespan?
Mayor to Councillor Rondeau, yes. This is specifically for the replacement of the shaded area. So the fencing itself, if it needs to have a fix, then we can do that to our operating budget. So this is not an issue, but but it's very specific for the area.
Not the fence or anything like that.
No, not the fence at all.
So. Okay. And does $1,000 meet what we currently spend on routine maintenance on the dog park, or is that for the shaded area again?
Okay. That's right. This is for the maintenance of the additional maintenance of the shaded area.
Okay. The question I have, and it's kind of piggybacking on Mayor Macon and so forth, is just in regards to consulting the residents and the users. Like, I'm sure we don't want people to have their dogs go into that body of water. Maybe residents do want their dogs to go run into there. Like, are we going to get backlash for taking away something that some residents actually like about the dog park?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rondawa, I understand and I anticipate it's not going to be a popular decision from us. saying that, I want to remind council that we have a bylaw, a sewer bylaw, that prohibit any use of stormwater ponds for recreation. We put signs there that tells people not to go in the water. And as you know, and we repeated that a few times, dogs don't read signs. So they will simply go there and have a good time. And I don't blame them on this one, but I cannot guarantee the quality of the water for them. And then it's allowing dogs or owners in the water, even if it's on ice, is against our bylaw. So we need to do something about this. In other storm ponds in the community, dogs are on leash. So there's a control there. So it's an off-leash area. That's why a fence is the ultimate way to prevent those issues of dog drinking water or being affected by the quality of the water, or going on the ice and going through and being rescued by the fire department.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. I might not completely agree, but I understand. That's fair.
And also, in all fairness, we have 3 other small parks that allows the dogs to run freely without having to go in the water too. So, and they were done on that for that. One of that purpose was that. But in a large area like this, we need to do something about this. So,
can I ask another question or two?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Going to the fish pond, is there a demand from residents for this that we've heard, or is this more, I would say, like city driven?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rondawa, this is city driven. This is our observation based on what we see and where people tends to gather to go fish. And we said, okay, if there's 4 to 6 spots that are already being well used through the weeds, then we can basically put something there and help people to access the pond and enhance their experience. It's really about that.
Okay, and that is grant funded, correct, from that LCFF or whatever?
So through your mayor to Councillor, we're in partnership with the Alberta Conservation Association, and so they stock the pond every spring with fish. There's 4 different types of fish, 3 varieties of trout that they stock. So probably 2,000 little fish get in there. And so through that program, they run the Kids Can Fetch, or Kids Can Fetch, Kids Can Catch, and other things. So it is a fairly popular program and opportunity within other communities of the region that they also sponsor. Partnership with.
And through the mayor to Councillor Rondawa, yes, the funding sources is the Canada Community Building Fund grant. So this is a grant I believe the city receives on a regular basis, and it fits the criteria of the grant. And Mrs. Andruko can correct me here if needed. Okay.
Nice. Thank you.
Councillor Ketcher?
Okay, 3 items, and yes. So I'm got similar questions on the new dock and understanding that it would be a nice to have, but I'm down there all the time, and I think people don't mind being in the reeds a little bit, and that gives them their hometown feel. So I personally would like to see this one flagged. Anybody?
I don't see a problem.
Okay, and I guess when we talk about this one, even though we say it's grant funded, that grant money could be used for other things, like bus shelters, benches, many other things. So it's about priority setting, and I think the 2 docks down there and the landing that they have is probably sufficient because it's not a big pond. Pretty soon we'll have more walkable areas than we would have fishing and that. So that's my comments on that one for when it comes back. The West Park dog improvements. So if we put a fence in, does that, and I hear the word bylaw, but if we put a fence in, does that now set a new standard for us that every storm pond that we have, whether it's in a residential area, any area, is now going to need to be fenced because we choose to bubble wrap our community because they can't read a sign or they just choose to ignore what's going on. So does it set a new standard?
Through the mayor to Councillor Catcher, I don't believe so. We do have some storm ponds in the East Gate area that has a fence around it, but that's to prevent people to go there. But really the issue that we're trying to avoid is have the dogs by themselves going into the water and in other areas, other storm ponds, in other communities. They are to be on leash, so the control is there already.
Okay, and I probably disagree with you on that. One quick one, parks naming sign. Weren't our naming signs last year, weren't they $20,000 each? Isn't that what we
Your
approved?
worship to Councillor Catcher, that's correct.
So now they're going up by 10,000?
That's correct.
So should we be looking at a new type of sign? Because signage is nice, but $30,000?
Your worship to Councillor Catcher, we had the same reaction to when we saw some of the costs of putting new signs and a new design, including also a pedestal signs for the recognition of the person. So there's the sign and there's the pedestal right beside. And it came around, the quotes, if I recall, around $28,000. So then we researched that. We said, okay, how can we save a little bit on this? And this was recent, over the last 2 or 3 weeks. After we produced the documents here. And then basically what we found is that it was the cost of the concrete pad that is engineered that costs a lot of money, almost 40% of that. Then you have the sign that goes on top of that. So we came with an idea saying, okay, if we can do several signs, and we know we have 2 to do, can we do the concrete pad internally? Understanding the engineering, we have the staff, can we do this? And then after that, we can only the sign itself, which will then reduce our costs. At this time, the $30,000, Councillor Catcher, is the worst case scenario. It is our goal to reduce that to the $20,000 range and even lower if we can.
Okay. And as part of that, the life cycle contribution, what's the life cycle on these signs? Do we know?
If I recall well, to the mayor, to Councillor Catcher, is 25 years, that I think is the formula I used.
So that would be on one sign? Okay, I'll do my math.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll need to go back, but I'm pretty sure it was 25 years that I used.
You're good. Councillor Blizzard?
I was going to comment on that too, the life of the sign. So I'm near William Casey Park. That sign is at least 33 years old, and I don't think it looks bad at all. So probably the life cycle could be longer than that. I know it's not a huge amount, but that, when we put it in, that adds up over years. Maybe we need to expect longer life out of it. I'll leave that one. West River's Edge Dog Park. I was also going to mention the location of that and the shading area, the seating and shading, because it's on the far side. I have a dog. I don't go there, though. I have a small dog. She's content walking. But the couple of times that I was there, I found people kind of stay more towards the entrance and let their dogs roam. Like, if anything, I would think that shelter should be more on that, I guess it's the south side of the pond, somewhere in that area. Just my thoughts. And it's a pretty solid structure. If it does need to go on the north side, maybe because of the land there, maybe something else could be put for shade closer to the entrance. I know I've seen somewhere 3, maybe not a telephone pole, but that idea, and just a sail. I've seen that. So, something that maybe can be clipped in for the summer and removed if necessary when it's not as hot. We do that with a lot of our equipment around the city. Just some thought there. So if we're going to fence off the dog area, and I know when the fire department gets calls to false alarms, and I think there's limits. I can't remember what they are now, but sometimes they charge. Maybe there should be big signs saying, if your dog's on the ice, we forbid it, but if you do it and you need rescue, you're going to get charged. Like, sometimes that money talks. Just, again, my thoughts. Onward and forward. I guess I haven't had any questions, just comments.
That's okay.
The docks at the Lions Pond. I kind of also feel I've walked around their lots, not as much lately for some reasons, but the docks that are there are good. We had no docks for a number of years. Then the Lions Club asked to put in one, I'm going to say 10, 12 years ago. Then a new one just got put in a couple of years ago to add 4 more. I also feel one, that might be for the size of the pond a little much, and 2, I think we should contact some of the anglers or have a walk around and talk to them. I think some of them like to sit in the grass and throw in their line between the cattails, so maybe we should be talking to them more. And would the docks, so if we do these, would the docks be pulled out for the winter, or are they left in year round?
To the mayor, to Councillor Blizzard, the docks will be removed in the fall and put back in the spring.
And then put back in.
And they will be stored at West River Edge.
Okay. And I was just in another community that is on the water, and they have a similar dock to what we currently have that was put in by the Lions. Actually, both of them are much similar, that molded plastic. And, I've walked around there and seen boaters out on the water, kayakers, canoers. They actually had a little extension, and it was a ramp you could put your canoe in without worrying about tipping, or your kayak, and then push off. To me, I could see something like that, because that pond, I know I wouldn't want to stick my feet in there. That could keep a person dry going in and coming out, and have a way to get in and out of the water. I think, to me, that's something that we could possibly look at. Yeah. Or have we ever considered it?
To the mayor, to Councillor Blizzard, and I will just use the example of the Lions dock that was installed, as you said, about 10 years ago. The city has a reserve to replace it, and I believe that when it's time to replace it in the next few years, we can look at this options of adding an area for people with canoes or kayaks to get in a little bit easier. Saying that, they also can do it through the shore. Being one of them using this a lot, actually. So, but there's no doubt that the dock can also be used. And I recall when this was designed and discussed with the Lions, going by memory here, what we were trying to do is to make it as accessible as possible for the wheelchairs, for people there, and then as well as for the little ones in the families. So, and there was that aspect of people being able to get on a canoe or a kayak, but I can see that there's a bit of a space there, so we may have to address that.
And I think that kids can catch might be the wrong day to focus on, and not because it's a bad day. I think it's a wonderful day, but it's a day where all the docks are overrun, the pond is full. That's not what happens the other 364 days of the year. It's a lot more casual. There's sporadic anglers here and there. Anyway, okay, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to round 2. So I'm just curious, I wrote down fines to question that as well. So it's a bylaw not to go in the water. Obviously, some people do, and they've needed emergency services to get out. Are you aware of any time that they've fined those individuals for that?
To the mayor, no, I'm not aware if there's any fines on this one. That will be a question for the fire department.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. On the storm ponds, I know that this is going to come back, so I'm sure you're already expecting to bring this information back, but I'd want to understand, because I think that we've talked about this quite a bit before, especially last year when we were trying to get the young hockey players off of the storm ponds, right? And we did have to put up some fencing and some signage, and we did get some backlash from families because they want to go out there. But if I recall correctly, there was a huge safety concern around storm ponds and the difference in the thin and thickness of ice. So bringing back all of those safety concerns for our consideration, because I do believe, you know, if for opening it, for leaving it and saying that the dogs can do it because their owners want them to, well, we're going to have a hard fight against the kids doing it when their parents want them to be allowed because they don't understand the risks. So having all that information would be good. I'm not a fisher, but I have friends who do, and they tell me that it can get quite busy down at West River's Edge. And I think that this, especially coming from the, Canada Community Building Fund, if we can get this amenity through that, I think it would be a great amenity. So for myself, I do certainly think that it's worth us investing in. So, all right, on to number 2 would be Councillor Harris.
I, on the other hand, believe we have enough docks West River's Edge. I do not believe we need another one. I've talked to quite a few of the fishers out there about their catch. Quite often, nobody's catching anything. I thought that the species of fish that we ultimately were stocking of quite a late, were perch and perch alone. So I stand corrected if you're saying that they're actually putting trout back in there, because I think there was a wasting disease, and that ultimately caused us to not be stocking it on that basis, and perch are not subject to that. So I don't see the need for another dock, and it was my understanding the one we just put in was going to stay in. There's no need to pull that out because we haven't had to pull the Lions dock out, so I can't see the one that we just put in, which is secured quite significantly to the shore. Ultimately would be a really good launching platform for skaters in the winter months when we open that up for skating. So I appreciate we're getting it through a grant, but I think it's just going to look junky out there unless you got rid of the Lions one, which in itself I think is probably in the wrong location for access. Did we place it in the right place? Well, it's always hindsight is 90/90 sort of thing. But I really don't support another dock down there. People like to get down in the weeds. They make their own spots. They trample down those bulrushes and whatnot. And quite frankly, I think it's just fine the way it is. Councillor Blizzard and I are probably the 2 councillors that tend to frequent down there the most, and to see the utilization. Now, I'm sure you guys may get down there in times that I'm not there, and so maybe I'm misinformed that context. But ultimately speaking, it's a great amenity. I think it's fine the way it is. But, I appreciate you bringing some information for us, and we can have this discussion when we deal with the approval of the project. But at this point in time, I don't see the need for it.
Councillor Randawa?
I have questions, so if that's okay. Just want to make sure we're still doing questions. On the park naming sign, is it possible to know what are the names in the registry that would be up next for this, or is that not public information?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, it's possible for you to see there's a naming registry with names, and we can share that as information with council where we're at right now with this. If I recall well, there's maybe 6 to 8 names still available. So we have this, and we can share that with you to a request for information.
Okay,
and there's not an order to that list. It's council's decision. We pull something off.
Exactly.
Yep.
Another kind of question / comment, I think piggybacking off Councillor Catcher's, 30,000 seems a lot to stick some names on some parks. We almost put a swing set up for that much, I guess. So has there been any consideration of doing different things with that money and different ways to recognize people? I don't know if other communities do things differently.
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, the $30,000 is allocated to put a sign at the entrance of the park. I will say signs are not cheap. They need to be designed. We had some ideas. We to working with corporate communication on the type of signs that we would like to see there. We had done 3 options. low costs and middle costs and higher costs of signs. And I'll give you some examples of that. I mean, what we're proposing for these new signs is the lowest cost at this time. There's an option at $60,000 as well we can have, and a good example of that will be the Leslie McMillan sign that is at the Leslie McMillan Park. This is a higher cost sign as an example. Now, if you look around the city, we have different signs as well. We have wooden signs, and this is how they were done before. The engineering standard was calling for a wooden sign, and then these ones now to find a vendor who can provide the craftsmanship to do these type of signs, difficult to find. They move into now new materials. Saying that, we were able to find one that can do some of the wooden sign, but sometimes the level of craftsmanship is not the same as what it used to be when those ones were done. So yeah, $30,000 buys you basically a concrete base that is professionally engineered and a sign that people will be able to recognize with the name and the city logo, plus a pedestal that says the story about that person or the family on the sign. So that's where you get, in a sense, and yeah, these are the new signs. I recall 25 years ago having pylon signs done for $35,000 in Cranbrook. Well, things are a bit more expensive now.
Something you said kind of sparked another question. Is so the Leslie McMillan sign that is more than the 30,000?
Yes.
Okay. So is the reason that sign we went with a different standard than we would for these parks then?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rondo, I don't have the information on that. I did not project manage this.
Okay.
Maybe I'll leave it to maybe Janelle. Do you have any? Or Grant?
Apologies. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, no worries. So my question is for the Leslie McMillan Park sign, it was done to a higher standard than what's in the budget for the next 3 signs. So is there a reason for that?
Through the mayor, that is correct. It was considered a higher levels park because it's larger and a bit of a showcase park for Southport. So we went with a higher end sign.
Okay. And so going forward, are we going to say all parks are named with the same type of sign, or will we still kind of go to the Leslie McMillan standard in certain cases?
To the mayor, to Councillor Rondawa, I think that we're trying to standardize what we do when we replace them. But I want to also emphasize that at time, those park signs are provided by the developers. So maybe a good example will be the one for the Ken Argent's Park that had a different look and feel as well. So working with the developers, this is something that they put together. Now, looking forward, when we work with the developers on signs, then we can provide them with, here's our standards, here's what we would like you to build, and they can provide it when they create those parks, those new parks. But for the current one we have, when it's time to replace, or if we did not have a name associated with a park, and this is where we're going, is to the city to provide that park. And unfortunately, for 3 parks that we have in inventory, they were not named at this time. They were just received the name of the neighborhood in a sense for people to access it. But there's no signs per se from the developer. So this is an initiative from us to provide an opportunity for those on the naming registry to be recognized and have an opportunity to name some parks. And that comes with a sign.
Okay. That makes sense, and I completely understand where you're coming from. For some information coming back, could I understand like how we're going to do this going forward in terms of, are we going to standardize some sort of policy? Can we? What is the process for that? I think it'd be nice to have some sort of standardized process for this, so some signs are, or there's some consistent theme with the signs we put up, if possible.
Through the mayor, we are working to head in this direction. We do have different signs throughout the city we'd like to get standardized. Our corporate communication department has done a lot of work on that, and we can work on providing council with a briefing note to share where we're at.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Going once, going twice. I don't think I see any more for you, Richard.
I'd like to invite Mr. Schaefer to the front.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Schaefer.
Good afternoon, Mayor Macon and members of council. Grant Schaefer, I'm Director of Fleet Facilities Engineering. I have one capital project to present this afternoon. It's project 26030 on page 229 of your binders. This is the design of the widening of South Fort Drive and South Fort Boulevard. This project is phase one, for phase one approval for the design of South Fort Drive and to its ultimate cross section from the southern entrance of Greenfield Way to Southridge Boulevard, as well as the design of the widening of South Fort Boulevard from Veterans Way to South Fort Drive. Included in the design is the analysis and design of intersections to determine their need for traffic lights along South Fort Drive, Southridge Boulevard, and South Fort Boulevard. The DCC entrance at 84th Street was identified through the pool project as requiring lights with the addition of the pool and arena, and future arena, sorry. This is also included within the project to take advantage of designer and contractor efficiencies. As South Fort is building out, the stage implementation of the transportation plan requires the widening of arterials to their ultimate cross-section. This is a levy-funded project which will be brought back for construction budget approval once design and Class 2 estimates are complete. Construction is expected to occur in 2027. The current Class 5 estimate is approximately $6.75 million. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Ketcher first.
Okay, I support the project, but I just want to know what kind of traffic calming you're going to introduce into there. My mom lives in South Fort Gardens, and already that's used as a shortcut, and the speeding that goes on, and then it narrows up there. So are you going to introduce any traffic calming into the design? Because I wouldn't want to put a circle in after the fact.
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher. So the intent, it is an arterial roadway, it's a 4-lane arterial road, so we wouldn't be putting traffic calming in on a road like that. There is, I won't say we don't want to call it calming because it is access control with additional traffic lights as you go. So those things will help extend the time it would take to shortcut through if that was the choice. But it's not direct traffic calming as we've done in other places because of the classification of the roadway.
So then if we don't need traffic calming because there's already alternate forms on West Park Drive, then why did we have to throw a traffic circle 2 blocks down from the 3-way stop? Just a hypothetical question. You don't have to answer.
Okay.
Because you will get this question about speeding cars in the future if there's nothing in. I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Harris.
My distinct recollection is that when that is fully twinned, that the speed limit designed for that particular arterial road would rise from 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, similar to what we did downtown. On that, divided the spacing of intersections and the like, and with the installation of traffic lights at key intersections. That will ultimately, I think, stop the speeding issue. People tend to drive to the design of the roadway, at least from my experience, and ultimately people are definitely exceeding the 50K at the present time, so that by definition is speeding. But I support this project. I think I've had quite a few people that have asked me when I run into them at the DCC or wherever about what the timing of that will be, and actually some of the people who live in the estates backing onto it were wanting to know when it was going to be built. And that will also include the installation of a sidewalk along the eastern side of that, or I believe it's probably a paved path. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and so that in itself will improve pedestrian safety because right now people are just strolling across the grass in that area. So I think that'll improve. Was that my correct recollection about the from our traffic, safety bylaw would see that going to a 60? Is that your recollection, Mr. Shaver?
Through the Mayor, Councillor Harris. So when we did the speed limit change a couple of years ago, this road was one of the discussions we had. At that time, because it was not complete, we had recommended a 50, but we did commit to coming back to council before we change that speed limit. So that would be the plan as we go forward. We'd come back to council to make sure everybody's on board with that.
Well, I fully support that. I think the design of that road should be 60. There's no question about it from an engineering standpoint. But in terms of engaging with the community, ultimately that is not a bad idea. So I support that. I support the road. Now, the one that's coming across, is it South Fort Boulevard?
That's correct, yes.
That's going to be twin too?
I don't know that we would have to go to a full twinning 4-lane there. I think that we'd want to widen it out to an ultimate cross section. That would be a 2-lane plus for bus lay-bys, things like that. But I don't think we need to go to a full 4. That'll be one of the analysis, part of the analysis we'll do.
Yeah, and I would fully support that analysis. It would be the same thing on 84th Street, the extent. What is that comes across past the high school and then goes to the
84th Street, that's correct.
Oh, it is 80? Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I think that analysis needs to be looked at too as well. So thanks for those answers.
Councillor Wesley?
Grant, I'm just curious, at what tipping point do traffic volumes move from having the 2-lane to the 4-lane? What was the magic number there?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley, there's no hard and fast number. It is about 5,000 vehicles a lane is kind of the standard. We're approaching that. I'm not sure if we're quite there yet, but we are approaching that at different times. And it's the transportation plan for that area, and the levies were always set up to have that as a 4-lane roadway. With South Fort 80% built out now, it's kind of reaching that point.
And that's 5,000 per lane per
day. Sorry.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks, Grant.
Gave it a second, but it doesn't appear there are any more questions for you.
Not sure the big group that's coming up, but it's to do with the next
I think
ERP.
we have Trevor Harder coming up next. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Macon and Council. I'm Sandy Vijaya, General Manager for Corporate Services, and with me I have Jeremy Eamon, our CFO, and Trevor Harder, our Director of Information Technology. We will be presenting this budget recommendation jointly because it does have a broad corporate services impact. So we are here to speak to budget recommendation for Project 26013, the ERP modernization and implementation, which can be found on page 2-33 of the capital budget document. The city's current enterprise resource planning, or ERP system, Microsoft Dynamics GP, has been the backbone of our business operations since the early 2000s. This system supports critical functions such as accounting, utility billing, human resource management, property taxation, payroll, purchasing, and financial reporting. Microsoft has announced that support for this system will end in 2029 and that the system is basically being phased out. While the system still currently functions, it is outdated and lacks the capabilities of a modern ERP system. Limitations in software and data quality issues are increasingly impacting the city's ability to rely on system-generated data. These issues are forcing staff to use manual workarounds, which are inefficient and unsustainable.
In 2023, the city engaged Tantus Solutions to conduct a comprehensive ERP review. Their final report, presented to Committee of the Whole in May of 2024, identified 60 gaps between the current state and the city's business needs across 4 dimensions: people in training, processes, implementation, and technology. The report also recommended several actions that could be done in preparation for a full system replacement. These actions were intended to address some of the gaps identified in the report, address several interim fixes, and ensure that the city was well positioned to take on an ERP replacement project. In 2024, Council approved a one-time funding request for $300,000 to proceed with the ERP modernization or pre-RFP work. This project has enabled the city to address several critical actions, including data and record cleanup, resource planning, governance model development, process mapping and documentation, manual process improvements, change management planning, general ledger structure review, and RFP preparation for the next phases. The next phases of the ERP implementation project are estimated at a total cost of $5,356,000, and costs are expected to be incurred between 2026 and 2029 and are to be funded from the Capital Projects Reserve.
With Council's approval, the City is ready to move forward with the next phase of the ERP project. In early 2026, we'll issue an RFP for software acquisition and implementation. Mid-2026 through 2027, we will implement the new system across key departments. 2028, 2029 will optimize and stabilize the platform to ensure long-term success. This plan provides the time and structure needed for a seamless transition to a modern integrated system. The ERP project will transform how the city operates, improving internal processes, enhancing data accuracy, and ensuring we're fully equipped to meet the growing demands of our community well into the future. Thank you, and we are happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. First up is Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, excuse me. Just in maybe a little bit of maybe detail in the operational efficiencies you expect to realize, I see that it'll require 3 to 4 FTEs to sustain and maintain the system. What if you can give me some context to how much does it cost? How many people currently maintain the current system? And whether with all these extra efficiencies, we save some FTEs in other parts of the organization.
So thank you for the question through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley. So currently we have quite a few staff who interface with our ERP system. Some of the staff work in finance, some in IT, and there's limited maybe interaction with people services. When we move to a modern ERP system, it's about reallocating some of those staff and dedicating more of our internal resources to supporting the system. Because we are going from a pretty basic system to a much more sophisticated system, we may also require additional ongoing support and maintenance of that system because it'll be more frequently updated than our current experience has been. So wherever possible, we are looking to reallocate internal resources, but that won't preclude the possibility of needing to add additional operational resources once we get through the implementation phase. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm just, I guess, just trying to get at the key benefits, or, I mean, we're going to spend money, but presumably we're spending money to become more efficient at certain things. And that is there a net benefit to us from the switch beyond the fact that I understand that Microsoft Dynamics is going.
Aside from having a working system, we should have a more robust system. So there is the opportunity to have better data and better financial reporting and to provide that information as part of our decision making. So that will touch all the departments in the city, as well as it will help council in terms of their decision making.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Sandy.
Councillor Randawa.
Yep. Thank you very much for the presentation and the report. It's quite thorough from Tantus, so I don't know if I've got all of it. So my understanding is the $5.3 million option, so that is like the mid-market offering that's in the report. Can you kind of speak to why you want to go for that one rather than some of the other options?
I can speak to that. Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa. This was based on a recommendation from Tantus that in doing their gap analysis, again, I mentioned 60 gaps were identified. They felt that the best alternative for the city of Fort Saskatchewan was to go with that mid-market option as opposed to something like, I'm just off the top of my head, I think there's SAP and things like that for a much larger organization. So we went with their recommendation.
Okay. And does this option then include utility and tax services, or how are we going to proceed with that?
Thank you for the question through Mayor Macon to Councillor Randawa. Yes, it does include utilities and property tax. So some of the work we've done this year is really to identify what our needs are and to phase when we plan to bring on the various modules so that when we go to market, we know exactly what we need. But the utility, billing, and property tax are considered high priority items for the city.
Okay, so we won't retain, I believe it was Diamond or something like that.
That's part of the dying system, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to move to something new for that too.
Correct.
Okay, and that will be able to be done within the 5.3 million as well?
Yes, to the best of our knowledge, the budget that we have in front of you covers the entire ERP system purchase and implementation as well.
Okay. And can you kind of walk me through, probably at a high level, how we're going to implement this out? Like I talked about a big bang approach, like why did administration feel that's the right way to do it rather than piecemeal it through?
So it's a tough question to answer. We are really relying on the recommendations from our partner Tantus when we did the study. So as part of the work we did this year, we basically parceled out what would be implemented when. So we have a phase one, and there are several modules that we feel need to be implemented at the same time in order for us to function as a municipality and just make sense in terms of timing. So we have sort of a phase 1A, a phase 1B, and then a phase 2 and a phase 3. And it was really based on our analysis of what is most important to implement when and what makes sense to put which pieces together. It's sort of like a big puzzle. And we don't want to piecemeal it out so that we're just doing one function at a time, because then your system doesn't really work the way it's intended to. So we try to basically map out the most logical plan in terms of what should be implemented together and when those phases of implementation should occur. That's why we have a 24-month implementation window, so it's fairly big.
Okay. Can I keep asking, or?
I'll go to Councillor Harris and come back.
Sure.
Yeah, I think following up on that, obviously I think what you're doing in terms of the time to integrate this new technology into our organization is critical. And I know that you have a commitment to change management. How will you define the change management strategy for this? Because in my former career, I spent a lot of time on technology projects that, like the implementation of large programs like this for large oil and gas companies in Calgary, that failed miserably because they did not give appropriate consideration and change management. People would tend to typically go, I don't want to do this, I'm going to use Excel because I know Excel or I know the old program. So talk to us briefly about the change management, because that will be the give or take of the success of that project over time.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris, you make an excellent point. The change management piece is mission critical. We know from our research and from some of the lessons learned that we looked at this year that adoption of the system, workarounds, the change management piece is one of the most important aspects of this project. So we have developed a very early change management plan. We worked with a third-party consultant to get some advice on how do we roll out change management of an ERP specifically. So we also, as part of the governance model for the implementation, we have a training lead and a project coordinator. And some of the key tasks assigned to that role is really about organizing, facilitating the training, developing robust training materials, and then working on the scheduling of that training. In that governance model, we also have a change management lead. So there's going to be some dedicated resources throughout the project on the change management side of things. So our hope is that through a combination of training, support materials, and attention to the change management process, we'll be addressing the risks associated with that component of this project.
Yeah, and I think that's crucial, and I'm glad to see that we have in-house change management expertise that can work with these external consultants or the resources that you're going to bring in for this particular project. I think that's crucial because without it, the success of the project is guaranteed. And I think ultimately having our 3 general managers and our city manager as sponsors for this project is crucial. Because I think anybody that knows anything about change management knows that lack of senior leadership support for this type of project is a kiss of death. So I'm glad that you're all going to be there with gloves on and boots on and ready to go. So I support the project. I think it's ultimately what we have to do given the nature of technology today. So all the best.
Back to you, Councillor Randawa.
Awesome. Thank you very much. This is coming out of a reserve, is that correct? Which reserve is it, and how healthy is that reserve? Sorry.
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, it's the Capital Projects Reserve, and I believe there will be sufficient funding. Do you have I don't know the exact amount, but Shannon will.
So it's a capital project, so it's being funded through the Capital Projects Reserve. Unfortunately, the reserve has a bit of a shortfall to fund this project, so we've made some workarounds where we have the money being transferred from the FinStab Reserve, the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve, to the capital project to pay for this.
Okay. Is that standard practice to move money like that?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. And then the overall budget, 30% contingency, I believe. Is that standard for something like this? Sorry.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Randawa, yes, my understanding is that is a typical contingency.
Okay. And if possible, could you spend 2 minutes kind of walking me through at a high level what happens next? So we approve this, you guys go out for an RFP, you pick, I believe it's not one vendor, but multiple vendors for this. How is that going to roll through then, City Hall?
So, provided that this budget recommendation is approved, one of the next actions would be going to market with an RFP. We would be issuing an RFP for both the system and the implementation of that system. That may be one or multiple vendors depending on the proponent. Some companies do deal with the implementation themselves. Some work with a partner organization. So we don't know what that will look like until we receive the we receive the responses to the RFP. So we've spent a lot of this year getting ready to hit the ground running, essentially. We've done a lot of data cleanup. We've worked on our GL. We've sort of planned out how we want to approach this. I would expect that by mid-2026, we would be selecting our vendor, and then we would be working with the vendor to prepare the kickoff. And it would probably be a lot of confirmation of what we've already gathered to date, a lot of the process mapping. We've already done that this year. And then it would basically be starting the implementation, the testing of the first modules, that phase 1A, and then the training, and then pulling the ripcord.
Okay. Last question for now, I would say. So this is 5.3 million. The last kind of ERP or whatever, it's lasted for about 20, 25 years. Are we putting something into the budget to refresh this again in 20-25 years?
We will be making contributions for the life cycle replacement of this system, but we know that the lifespan won't be the same as the current system. What we know from our research and our work to date is that we can expect 10 to 15 years from the next system. So we've taken that into account.
Okay. Thank you. Can we flag this just for more discussion or conversation later on, if everybody's okay?
Anybody opposed? Not seeing any.
Great.
We'll flag that item.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not seeing any further questions. That's okay. I believe we're expecting Brad Babiak, Culture and Recreation. And I do hear you're going to be personally trying out this asset first, if it goes through.
There is a bit of a discussion who gets to go first. So I won't say I will be first. As mentioned, my name is Brad Babiak. I'm the Director of Culture and Recreation Services. I have one capital project for Council's consideration. Joining me today in the gallery for this item is Julien Gagnon, the Coordinator of Recreation Development, as well as our park colleagues. Project 25020, Bike Skills Park Stage 1 construction, can be found starting on page 2-39 of your budget binder. Administration recommends construction of Stage 1 of a 2.47 acre bike skills facility that is designed for riders of all ages and skill levels. In 2026, this project would include a park entry sign, junior dirt pump track, intermediate dirt pump track, wooden features, picnic tables, waste receptacle, and seasonal portable washroom. The project timeline for Stage 1 includes 3 months for procurement and 6 months for construction, targeting the completion date of the fall of 2026. The cost of Stage 1 of this project is $434,000, with operating impacts of $17,500 in 2026 for park maintenance and $5,570 in 2027 to start yearly contributions for equipment replacement. Stage 2 is currently being considered for recommendation in 2028. With that concludes my presentation, and be happy to take any questions council may have.
Thank you very much. Start with Councillor Wesley.
So I'm just curious as to what kind of demand analysis we did to justify having this park. I remember seeing what would you like in the park, and a lot of surveys on what would you like in the park. I don't know of anything where it said, did you want one?
Through the mayor, there was, as part of the survey on what you'd like in the park, was a question about, do you think this adds to Fort Saskatchewan's outdoor amenities, or would you support it?
Okay.
Approximately 90% were strongly agreed or agreed, with over 70% being strongly agreeing with the project.
Any idea what kind of response numbers were on that?
Yeah, the responses to an open survey was 1,119, and we used some in-person, engagement opportunities, but we provided them the address to the survey to push all the responses through to that one mechanism. So,
okay, and just maybe this is it's a very elementary question, but if Stage 1 is approved, does that mean we're committed to future stages?
Through the mayor, no. I think this could be considered a standalone. But when we initially did this work, part of it was looking at the full site and wanting to have a plan for the overall site. And so that's why the entire design has kind of been done. But if we went forward with part 1, it provided some opportunities around the pump tracks, some wooden features, which would help with skill development for beginner and intermediates. But it wouldn't require that we'd have to move forward with the bigger track that I've just lost the name of.
Phase 2.
Yes, phase 2.
Okay, thank you.
You good for now?
Yep.
Councillor Catcher.
Thank you. So what is the full cost of both
So the full cost for both would be approximately just under $900,000.
900,000. Okay.
That's what the current estimate we have is.
Okay. So my next question comes to annual operating impact of 17,500 in 2026. If it's not going to be operational till the fall of 26, why wouldn't that come in 2027 then?
Through the mayor, that is something where we maybe might not be able to use it all, but if I can invite Kyle up to be able to speak to if we might need that in this year or not, or if it gets finished earlier, we might have some considerations. But
thank you through the mayor to Councillor Catcher. When calculating our operating impact, we wanted to capture the cost for the staffing for inspections of this site, regardless of when the completion of it was done. So it was capturing the cost for the full year. So some adjustment could probably be made dependent on the actual completion of a phase.
Okay, and I only asked that question because when somebody's throwing 10% at me, I'm saying, well, we need to be looking to see when we're actually making these impacts as to when we anticipate. So that's the question that I had on that. And you also have in here for stage 1 a sign. So I assume that's going to be $30,000. Now, would that be considered, are we going to give this naming off the naming register? And could that be funded out of that sign?
through the mayor, at this point, we hadn't fully fleshed that out. We were looking, obviously, for a decision on whether the park would proceed or not. There's a couple other things we would look to continue to evaluate. The other thing is potentially a sponsor as well. So if this is approved to move forward, we have some ideas about reaching out for sponsorship to see if there's an interest there, whether that be for the actual capital or even operational considerations for that on an ongoing basis. So those would all be things we kind of figure out as the next step.
Okay. And just for my own and everybody else's, I have a really hard time seeing these maps in this tiny writing. Exactly where is this park going to be?
Your mic is not on. There you
go. Through the mayor. So this essentially would be, trying to think of geography. It is north of the Dow Fields, and as the trail comes around, there's a corner that then leads to the West River Edge Pavilion. It is that corner section that is where the Bike Skills Park would go.
Okay.
It runs parallel to the prairie. Yeah.
The prairie, yeah.
Okay. So they have to access it through the Dow Diamonds, or they have, like, there's, okay.
They can access it through either the Dow Diamonds or West River's Edge Pavilion. Either would be an option, and there actually is an access point through the neighborhoods there as well. So there'd be 3 potential entrances to it.
Okay, thank you.
You're good. Councillor Nguyen?
Thank you. I have a question in regards to construction costing of this, and I've been asked this by a few different residents. When we have $435,000 allocated for design and construction of phase 1. And my question is, how do we get to this number when the feedback that I've heard is it looks like there's some piles of dirt and really what amounts to some amenities some small amenities like benches, waste receptacles and things like that to service the facility. From my understanding as well, and please correct me if I'm not on the right track here, the dirt used for this project is coming from excavation of the pool basin for the aquatics facility, which has already gone through geotechnical to allow us to use that as a material provided for this. So given that the bulk of this material might be at a low cost to the city of Fort Saskatchewan, how do we come up to this number for the costing of this overall project?
Yeah, through the mayor. I guess just a couple of clarifications. Yes, absolutely, we will be using some of the dirt, or a lot of the dirt from the pool. That I believe is going to be more in stage 2 with the flow track portion. A lot of what this will be, based on conversations with the designer, is going to be a lot of importing of clay. I think there's almost $90,000 in terms of importing and working with the clay base for these pump tracks to ensure stability and long-term, I guess, integrity of them. There are also very detailed specifications. They recommend that there's an actual consultant that comes in and monitors the design of the pump track. So a lot of it is in terms of the knowledge and I guess the additional work it takes to get to that level of precision in terms of the standards they're setting for some of this. To your point, the wood features piece is only around $30,000 in terms of some materials and stuff. So it really is designing the underlying infrastructure to ensure it's designed properly to the right specs and will have long-term sustainability without major impacts. I don't know, Kyle, if there's anything else you'd want to contribute.
Right, which is very important, and follow up then, which my line of thinking was, why wouldn't we do the design work first and then approach this after the design is done? So how much of the budget request is actually allocated to engineering and design for this facility out of, and I'll assume the rest is construction and construction management costs?
This design is essentially done. This would be for moving forward with construction.
So none of that number is for no. Design whatsoever. So
not unless there's something that occurs as we dig into the space to requires us to consider some kind of change. But we don't anticipate that.
Thank you.
No finding any dinosaur bones to delay this project. My question is on sponsorship. I don't know much about getting sponsors for these big projects. So from someone maybe that has that experience, is it important that these type of projects are approved when you're going out to get it so that there's some security for somebody who's wanting to put up big dollars for this type of project?
To the mayor, again, I would say we did a bit of a search ourselves to other jurisdictions to see what they do and when they went out. Mm-hmm. And we did see that quite a few went out after it was approved for that certainty to potential proponents that it was going to move ahead. One of the things we do, again, depending on how we go out, it might be an expression of interest where we're able to now show some of the design and in terms of what they would actually get. So again, it makes it, I think, a little more attractive than hypothetically talking about a project and what it could look like. So I think there is some benefit for sure to an approval as opposed to, it having a little uncertainty about whether it'll move forward. And we'll kind of continue to look for grants, although this one isn't unfortunately one we're finding a lot of opportunities for. But in the case of grants, most typically an approved project is much better than, I would say, much more likely to get approved than or accepted than one that isn't.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randawa.
Yeah, just a couple questions there, Brett. So 434,000 now. Phase 2 was about 500. You said.
Through the mayor, that'd be approximately correct. Yeah.
Okay, and in phase 1, we'll have like seasonal portable washrooms, and phase 2 will be a build out of that part of the facility. Like, are we going to have permanent washrooms there? Or are we going to continue with?
Through the mayor, no, at this time, we've not budgeted for a permanent washroom. That would be a facility we'd be open to talking to potentially the Slow Push organization who's has considered something similar. So I think that would be an ongoing or a conversation with the bigger group of users in terms of that, and then if it would get funded.
Okay, so about 900,000 should be all in for this, without the washrooms or anything like that.
Yeah, without any permanent structure. That would primarily be the why do I keep forgetting the name of this? The pump track and the other dirt portion, which is the flow tracks. Sorry, okay. Which would again have some additional picnic tables and garbage as well on that site as well.
Okay.
And some gravel paths to navigate the site.
Fantastic.
But yeah, no other facilities would be included beyond that.
Okay, I believe when I was flipping through some of the surveys, the residents that filled that out really wanted like a bike repair station. Is that part of this?
Yeah, through the mayor, it was one of the considerations. That would be a relatively small cost. It wouldn't necessarily require necessarily capital investment if we saw the challenge, I think. But it was definitely one of the options that we'd move forward with, or could move forward with it. But again, it's relatively small and it wouldn't necessarily need a capital investment. It could maybe be able to find operation dollars for those.
Okay. And taking a step back, for me as like a new counselor, where did this really originate from? Like, what was the spark that kind of led us down this path? I see somebody pointing, but I just asking because I believe Councillor Catcher and Blizzard will remember, like, we had this skate park back in my day, and like that was a large group in the community. It took a large amount of time, so I just want to understand how we got to today.
It was a notice of motion by myself based on community request.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
And I would just supplement, as asked about earlier, we then went out and did a broader engagement, and that's where we heard from the over 1,100 people in terms of the desire for it to move forward.
Okay. And could you tell me how much we've spent thus far on this idea? Or a ballpark?
Through the mayor, I would want to double check my figures because I currently think I might be confusing the disc golf in my head with this.
No
one.
worries.
But yeah, we can easily
We can
respond
make
to
an
that.
information request then, if that's all right.
Shannon, do you have that number or do you want it to come back?
We'll need to come back to that.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Councillor Catcher on round two.
Just two quick ones. When you say seasonal portable washrooms, wouldn't that be just like using the portable porta potties that we have everywhere else in the city?
Through the mayor to Councillor Catcher, that's correct. In the operating impact, we captured adding a portable washroom to the site in phase one. And that would be there from approximately May to the end of September.
Okay, but that would be in the operating, not in the capital.
Correct.
Okay, I just need to double check those when I'm looking at that. And I guess as an information request coming back, can we have administration really look and see if 17.5 is the real number needed for 2026, or if there's an opportunity to have that just scaled back a little bit to reflect what we believe will be required? So we're going to start looking for nickels and dimes here pretty soon. Okay, thank you.
We have that captured then, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see that. Councillor Nguyen on round two. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. The last time we saw the proposal for this, there was some consultation and further feedback, I think, done by the Nordic Ski Club, just in terms of integrating this into the loops that are, I guess, housed within West River's Edge. Has there been any more feedback from them in regards to maybe participation or using West River's Edge facility to integrate with like a bike shop and things like that? I've heard some small talk on these levels, and I thought it'd be a good time to ask if, seeing as this is coming forward, if there's some maybe new information that council hasn't heard.
Through the mayor, we did further engagement with the Nordic Ski Club, but it was specifically around the use of the lands and if there was any impacts to their current trails. There hasn't been a discussion about a potential bike shop or that type of service there. I think it's one that group of stakeholders in that area, we're very willing to have those conversations about all the things we can potentially leverage by bringing all these opportunities there.
Right, and so there were no other concerns then brought forward by Nordic on the site selection. Okay, thank you.
All right, and I believe Ms. Hendrico has the number for us.
So the spending to date that we've been spending on is for the design costs. So we've spent to date 52,000 out of the 62.5.
Perfect. I guessed 50. 52 out of the 65 that was approved. Thank you for that. Oh, sorry, Councillor Randall, you popped in again. There you go.
Just piggybacking off, so that's 52 on design, or does that include like the feasibility study, the engagement we did, the surveys, all that?
I would have to defer that to Brad for more detail on that.
through the mayor, yeah, sorry, I was trying to find those numbers on my phone. I just hadn't found those ones yet.
Okay.
So again, they are readily available. We'll get them to you.
Okay, so it's 52 plus a little more.
I'm trying to think back to the initial feasibility, how much was for that or how it was wrapped together. It's been a few years now, but yeah, we'll get clarification on those numbers for you.
Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Not seeing anybody else on this one, and we will take a comfort break, 10 minutes to 25. Is that good? Yeah. Okay. All right, we are back in business, back from our break, and we're moving on to the next item, 6.5, Fire Service. Fire Chief Todd Martin's presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor Macon and members of council. Again, my name is Todd Martins, Fire Chief with the city, and here today is Deputy Fire Chief Andrew Buchanan in the back. I'll be presenting just one capital project for 2026. The capital budget recommendation is 26022, the Walter Thomas Fire Station securement fencing, which is located in your budget binder on page 2-43. The Walter Thomas Fire Station is located on 93rd Ave, which is situated just off Highway 15 and 101 Street. This is a highly trafficked area where administration has observed an increase in vehicular and pedestrian traffic through the station grounds, as well as parking, and as well as in the training area. While we have added surveillance cameras and signage to the property, this does still not deter the activities that's happening in the back, as well as the crossing through the training area. The station has experienced multiple incidents, including theft from personal vehicles, city property, vandalism, unauthorized parking, negative public interactions, as well as loitering, altercations, littering, and misuse of power sources. Also, the fire service personnel regularly use the east and the south end for training purposes. The public intrusion as they traffic through this area, and they actively create a risk for both the participants and the bystanders. Without the physical barriers, this does continue to run a risk. Installing, securing fencing and electronic gates around this area helps to provide the station securement and the safety to the members and the public. In 2026, should council approve the recommendation, you will see a cost of $185,000 for the purchase of the fencing to be funded from the annual capital funding, with the operating impacts of $11,590 starting in 2027. And this is for the contribution to the life cycle replacement as well as the snow removal. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay. I have a question, and this might not be for you. You have a life cycle replacement for this fence, but we didn't have a life cycle replacement for the fence at the dog park. So I was just trying to understand the difference between those two projects.
Through to your mayor. These are different facilities. This falls under the fire equipment reserve right now. And the parks, this isn't funded from the reserve. This is annual capital funding. So it's not reserve funding. I have to backtrack there. You have to restate your question, please.
So in this case, he's saying that there would be an, correct me if I'm wrong, an annual contribution to the reserve for the replacement of this fence, right? But when we were talking about the dog park and we asked about the fence for that, we were told there was no ongoing for the replacement of a fence.
I think Richard has the answer.
To your Mayor Macon, the dog park does not require a reserve because we have an operational budget that allows us to do some small repairs, and we're talking about some wooden posts and some mesh and things like that, which is basically absorbed through our budget. So if something happens, we can do that operationally, and it's not an enhancement to the land. So
it was the type of fence, really. Is that what we're? Yeah. Okay.
Your worship, it's type of fence as well as the electronic gates that would open and close via fob or opener.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, then my second question is, from the perspective that you do some training on site there, do you find that the fence there would be inhibiting for you guys at all? Because I'm assuming, like, the parking lot's not that big, so I assume that at some points you guys kind of spread out onto the grass. Would you not find it inhibiting, or is it pretty well contained?
To the mayor, where the fencing and the diagram is, that's pretty much the area that we use in the back for training.
Okay.
There's a hydrant that we have installed so we can do some of our training and forward lays and deploy a lot of the hose in the truck. So, and then we just kind of come around the corner. So that is the training area. And the challenges we're having is we use backup trucks to do the training. And so when a call comes in, they stop and go. And so then the equipment is left in the back, either to a charge hydrant or the trucks are open, stuff's laying across the parking lot. There have been times where myself and DC have had to go out and put equipment away. But if we're not there, then it sits until we would return to the station or the crews would return.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Councillor Harris?
Todd, given that it's only been 45 plus years since the station was built or thereabouts, it's surprising it's taken this long to get to the point to fence this facility. I'm not opposed to it. I think it makes eminent sense because obviously it's a security issue. But have things gotten that worse or escalated to being even worse than they might have been in the past to get to this stage?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris, yes. We have had a number of incidents, altercations with public, stealing. A few times we've had to escort one of our houseless individuals out of the back from sleeping in a little area. And there's been a number of times, again, just property off personal vehicles have been, so it has increased even since the time I've been here in the last 5 years.
So I know, and this is tangential to this, the condominium next door. Have there been complaints of late? I mean, they complain about noise and activity, but I think they also like the fact that the fire station's right next door in the event that they need it. But any issues relative to fencing off between an institutional use and a high-density multifamily use?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Harris, not that I have heard of. The challenge that we have seen just operationally will be the removal of snow. We used to pile the snow on that side, where that building is located on that green berm there. So now we'll have to haul that snow away.
Okay, good, thanks.
Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, thanks. I did the math on reserve life cycle contributions, and it is substantially more. I think it's $70,000 more by the time of replacement of this piece of capital or this capital asset. Given the nature of this asset, how did the life cycle timeline get adjudicated to this amount of years? Seeing as it's a very simple piece that where parts of it could be replaced if they were damaged, and if you're indicating that you have potential vandalism or different types of people that are around this area, I would fully expect that to happen. But why do we have to replace the whole thing in that amount of time, triggering the life cycle replacement costs?
Through your worship, Councillor Nguyen, a lot of the complicated pieces of this project are the gates that we'll be installing at each end of the property, and then as well as to bring the power to that gate. So the funding, majority of it is toward that piece of the project, is that the electronic gates.
Right. So, is that a bulk of the cost? How much of the $185,000 would be just electronic gates? I think that is quite a high number in the scheme of this 185, right?
So through Mayor Macon to Councillor Nguyen, it is the bringing in the power and the cost of the electronic gates on each side. That's the bulk of the cost.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, can I ask one other question? That's all right, thanks. And this might actually even be an ME question, but we haven't seen like a ton of more densification in the downtown area in the last couple of years to elicit maybe an exponential rise in the type of the type of activity around the fire station that is cause for bringing this proposal forward. So can you just speak to maybe what is causing that? And myself, like Councillor Harris, I'm very surprised to see this not having been done a long time ago. So yeah, maybe a couple comments on a high level is fine.
Through Mayor Macon and Councillor Nguyen. So in the last 5 years since I've been here, we've seen a lot of increased foot traffic cutting through the property, as well as just an increase from across the street, utilizing the parking lot as a turnaround and a cut through when dropping off the kids, as well as throughout the day. So it's easier to come through and turn around than to flip a UE. So we're seeing a lot of increase there with parking, waiting, as well as coming through the back of the parking lot. And then more of that foot traffic. And as I mentioned, just the altercations and the stealing has increased.
Okay, thank you. I understand it now.
Councillor Randawa?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Question regarding, is this like a liability protection for us, would you say, because of some of the safety concerns and so forth? Is there exposure to council not going ahead with this?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Randawa, there's a safety concern from the fire side. We have $2 million trucks and sitting out back. The equipment that's out there. We also have the vehicles out back where we're training on vehicle extrication. So it is a safety concern for the public when they're cutting through, that they could potentially be injured or then use the equipment, and the city would be liable, I would believe, for that. I would have to ask someone in ledge services, but so there are risks for sure, as well as risks to our members when they're back there training.
Okay.
Through the mayor, maybe just some context to this too. Like I'd mentioned to council previously that we had gone around and done a listening tour with the staff, and we did 3 separate ones with the fire hall to get, because they have the 3 different shifts, and this came up every single time. I would say the driver from this is probably not so much about safety or liability. It really was more of the this staff and just their. I mean, we asked them to go there and we asked them to park their vehicles there, and they spend the night and they're out on calls and their vehicles are getting broken into at a pretty high rate. And it was a request pretty much came right from the front line saying, could you please do something about this? I mean, it's not fair to us to have to, they're getting vehicle damage. They got to work with their insurance companies and on and on. And so that was probably the primary driver. If council didn't do it, that problem would just persist. I think that would be the gist of it.
That makes a lot of sense. Do any other city facilities have a similar fencing, and does this set a precedent that if city employees' cars start getting broken into, are we gonna have to expand this?
Yeah, we have. I mean, I've been out of City Hall for a dozen years now, and it's never happened to me there, and I actually don't recall it having ever happened to anyone. City Hall is a little bit unique. There's actually eyes on the parking lot. JEG does have a fencing that goes around. I believe that goes around. It's got an open gate. You can get in, but it's also a little bit more isolated. Like there's no sidewalks around there, so they don't get the same kind of foot traffic. I think it's just this unique location and unique set of circumstances here that this is probably more of a problem there than it is in our other locations.
Okay. And last question, is this going to be added to the new fire hall costing and design too?
Through Mayor Macon and Councillor Randawa, yes, this is it's basically the whole facility in the back, because there is also a live fire training facility proposed there as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Blizzard?
I think most of my questions were actually answered. But so is this kind of a new standard anyways for fire departments? Like, is this seen more often now with some of the different issues in communities?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Blizzard, no, it's not a new standard. Majority of the fire departments that I've worked at and have toured have secure fencing.
Oh, okay. It's always been a bit of a standard. We just haven't had that. Yeah, and I know the RCMP detachment has their fencing that I'm not sure if all staff parks, but they do have their own. I think it is vital. And I was going to ask if this is something that is mainly because of training, but if it's an issue with staff parking, then I think it's something we do need, as long as they open correctly so that the fire trucks can get out.
Good. All right, Councillor Wesley.
Hey, Chief. Maybe I'm missing something with the perimeter of your fence on the drawing. I see a lot of cars that are outside that perimeter. So is this fence large enough to both allow for you to use the back area of your fire hall as well as protect all the members' vehicles?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley. Yes, it is. Where we fenced it off in line with the building allowed some parking then for visitors on both sides, whether you were coming to see administration or staying for a course. So there's a few spots up front on the administration side, and then as well on the other side. At night, during we call cross shift, there would be at most 12 vehicles in the back area. So there is significant amount of parking still for staff to be back there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Ketcher?
So just quickly, what type of fence is it going to be, like a 6-foot chain link?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Ketcher. I don't know the exact size in the quote we received. It is a chain link. I would assume same color to the RCMP, that dark black color. As far as the height, can't remember off the top of my head what height we put it at, whether it was 5 or 6 feet.
Okay, and I'm only asking the question because I know with what's going on at the Fort Motel, and thank goodness the drug house is closed now, but what has been happening down there, I'm sure has had an impact on you. So I guess that's just a question. You want to make sure if these people are capable of jumping over a 4 or 5 foot, you want to make sure, especially where this area is at, that you have the right standard.
Okay.
Okay. I'm good.
Perfect. No other questions for you?
Okay, at this time I'll call up Director of Protective Services, Corrine Rayner.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Macon and members of council. My name is Corrine Rayner. I am the Director of Protective Services. With me in the gallery is Sergeant Ben Sharp, Municipal Enforcement Supervisor, to help answer questions. Protective Services has one capital recommendation. Project number 26024 is for the purchase of body-worn camera equipment for municipal enforcement officers. This project totals $79,000 funded through the Protective Services Equipment Reserve, with an annual operating contribution of $16,274 starting in 2027. Body-worn camera systems are being widely adopted by peace officer programs throughout Alberta, and they are mandated by the province for all police agencies, including the RCMP, Edmonton Police Service, and Calgary Police Service. These systems represent a modern standard in public safety and accountability. Equipping the peace officers with body-worn cameras will allow for real-time monitoring while the officers are outside of their patrol vehicle, further improving situational awareness and emergency response. Officers are often out of their patrol vehicles, dealing with foot patrols, looking for encampments in our tree lines, on the trail systems, and also out on bike patrol as well. These cameras will enhance transparency and accountability by capturing video and audio of officers' interactions with the public. They support the investigation process by providing objective evidence that protects both the public and the officers. This is critical in maintaining public confidence and ensuring fair, evidence-based reviews of incidents. Body-worn cameras also increase officer safety. Studies show that the presence of cameras often reduces confrontational behavior and provides an accurate record in the event of a safety incident. These cameras extend the same evidentiary and safety benefits currently provided by the in-car camera systems and help with successful prosecution of occurrences that go through the court proceedings. A recent hazard risk assessment was conducted by the Alberta Association of Community Peace Officers. It did include 12 recommendations to help mitigate occupational risk, one of which was the use of body-worn cameras for peace officers. The introduction of this equipment is a proactive investment in officer safety. it includes transparency and public trust. It aligns our practices with provincial policing standards and demonstrates our ongoing commitment to modern, effective, and responsible enforcement services, safeguarding both the officers that work in our employment and the community that we serve. That concludes the Protective Services capital budget recommendation, and Sergeant Sharp and I are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Councillor Harris.
So, with the fact that you're recording this, what sort of a period do you actually keep the recording from an evidence standpoint, or if there's an inquiry about, performance or behavior or whatever of either a suspect or of an officer or a member? And how do you know that that's long enough, if it is? Like, is there a standard that ultimately you comply to for this type of equipment?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Harris, we will set up a policy framework that will have retention dates, and we'll typically go with industry standards. And we'll have a policy around when they're activated and how long that retention is used. We typically would wait for the court process as well to complete before it would be also retained for that proceedings.
So you'll have enough historical reference point from a recording standpoint to ensure that you do have
that we have that evidence.
Okay, so it's not as if they keep them for 2 days and then erase them all.
No, we would have a standard amount of time that we would keep them, and then
That's great.
Okay,
thanks.
Councillor Wesley.
Awesome. So just curious, would this system be very similar to the ones the RCMP currently wear?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley, yes, they would be very similar. We will go out to RFP for the procurement of the cameras, but they're all quite similar, worn on the body, and there's different companies that we would look at purchasing them from.
Okay, and just maybe just one more question, well, one follow-up question. Understanding, of course, that integration with RCMP systems is always a tricky affair. And since these cameras are supposed to be used or can be used for real-time monitoring, would the municipal enforcement system be potentially integratable with the RCMP system?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley, we can look into that. They have offered, the RCMP procurement has extended it to municipal enforcement services to go on their procurement of body-worn cameras. So we will definitely explore that. They would be two separate systems because of different security and different agencies. So they would definitely be separate systems, but we could look at the procurement of them under their standard operating procurement.
And maybe one last parting question as the Mayor casts me a nasty look. How would you report the successes that the RCMP have had with their body-worn cameras?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Wesley, the body-worn camera systems has been in place for almost a year now for the RCMP, and it's going very well. They're used in helping resolve public complaints, and the video evidence is used to swiftly help resolve those complaints. So it's going quite well.
Right, Councillor Wesley is bumped to 7th on the next round. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you very much for the presentation. This makes a ton of sense. A question regards operating budget impacts. Is there anything we're setting aside in regards to training our staff, any additional burden with FOIP and things like that, requests that we need to keep in mind, or should that be just kind of built in?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Randawa, it will be built into our own training budgets that we currently have. The systems will come with training that we will partake in, and there's quite a bit of work involved in the redaction of video, so we will monitor that to see how much staff time that takes, but for the most part we'll be able to do those within our current operating budgets to train and utilize staff that are already there.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Councillor Catcher?
Okay, and that was actually my question, because I know when the RCMP brought theirs on, there was an additional administrative staff that was required. So now when so just help me walk me through this. They bring their cameras in, there must be a download somewhere. So it's not just the camera. So where's the cost for wherever they have to download it to and stuff like that?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Ketcher. It's a hard one to get used to. So we will have, it's cloud-based storage for the data is all cloud-based, encrypted. The RCMP didn't, we were looking at adding a position, an administrative position. We haven't added that one yet to the RCMP for their body-worn camera equipment. But so the answer is that it directly uploads to the cloud for the data storage.
Okay, and then are we still anticipating getting the administrative person for the RCMP, and could they then cross over and do both?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Ketcher, yes, we could potentially look at how we can share that position.
Okay, yeah. Good, thanks.
Not seeing any further questions.
Okay.
We are done.
All right, and I'll call up Sadie Miller.
Utilities and sustainability.
Thank you, Ms. Rayner, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sadie Miller, and I'm here to present one capital budget recommendation for the Utilities and Sustainability Department, Project 26018, the Utilities Growth Plan, found on page 2-51 of your capital budget package. To elaborate on what our Public Works Director, Mr. Gagnon, touched on earlier, growth plans are tools that we use to help project operational resources required to maintain our growing community's assets and infrastructure. This approach allows departments to proactively plan and distribute growth costs over time. Metrics quoted throughout these plans, such as growth in a specific asset, are unique for each business unit and help communicate where department resources are typically consumed. For utilities, operators spend a lot of time on preventative maintenance activities. Each individual asset that's built in Fort Sask, such as a valve, hydrant, pump, or utility account, directly correlates with an action an operator must take now or in the future. Growth plans aim to convert these asset counts into resource requirements. Midpoint check-ins for growth plans are becoming commonplace to ensure growth projections made at the beginning of the plan and the subsequent resources recommended are still applicable. For 2026, the Utilities Growth Plan recommends the purchase of a half-ton truck. As the community expands, so do the assets our team is responsible for installing, maintaining, and repairing. This vehicle would ensure that each of our 7 full-time permanent operators has a dedicated truck. Having an assigned vehicle allows operators to independently respond to service requests and emergent issues, complete inspections, and carry out day-to-day maintenance tasks across the community. Because most utility work is completed independently, providing each operator with a dedicated vehicle enables the team to cover more ground and advance essential work simultaneously. This maximizes the operator's working hours and improves both responsiveness and productivity. The total cost for this capital budget recommendation is $93,000 with ongoing operating impacts of $12,320. And with that, I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. We'll start with Councillor Randawa.
Thanks for the presentation. A question regarding the life cycle replacement. How long do we anticipate this truck being around before we replace it?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randawa, we typically do a 12-year life cycle for these pickup trucks.
Okay. And no, I just had a general comment. I'll save it for later. Thank you.
Councillor Wesley.
I always struggle with the cost of trucks. Now, I drive a humble Honda Accord, and is there any extra stuff we're adding to this truck? Because $93,000, that's almost as much as Councillor Randall was spent on his car.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, the number you see here is kind of the full package. It's the truck as well as all of the decals, the safety requirements. Utility staff specifically have a lot of technology included in their vehicles, so we do have laptops mounted with full data connectivity and all that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Sadie.
Councillor Ketcher.
So as I'm reading this, so the funding source will be out of utilities and rates as opposed to out of just the other tax dollars?
Yeah, sorry, in your document, there's a typo. We actually put annual capital funding, but should be from the utility infrastructure reserve to fund this.
Okay, so it is utilities.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just have a question. So when I hear the words, every full-time operator will have a truck to respond, are they required to bring those trucks back to the shop and take their own vehicles home? Or are they allowed, are staff allowed to take vehicles home?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher, all of our utility staff return their city vehicles to the yard before they return home, and that includes our on-call operators.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Nguyen?
Might as well ask a question to my favorite department. What exactly will this truck's operator be doing with this vehicle? I know you said 7, it'll be 7 of 7 now, so can you just give us an idea of kind of the usefulness of this particular asset?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, all of our operators, just based on the size of our team, are, I would say, generalists. They all do every job in utility services. So depending on the season or the programs that we're doing, this would travel around to do block valve exercising or repairs, hydrant maintenance activities. If somebody calls with a sewer backup, this truck could go and respond to that. Basically any and all calls. It just depends what operators in that vehicle is kind of where it gets guided throughout the city.
And how much of your current fleet is getting close, say within 1-2 years from its life cycle replacement?
I am not sure offhand.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Mr. Schaefer could answer that.
If Mrs. Miller was gifted some of our newer
Schaefer
assets,
coming back
did you
up?
not?
You can answer.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen. So I'm going to be a little bit off. I think we just replaced one in the last 2 years. I think one of the ones this year gets replaced, but somewhere in that range.
And it should be a fairly revolving, or a spread of late models that are being cycled through probably every department then.
Yeah, they're on about a 12-year replacement cycle, so 7 trucks. There's one every couple of years.
That's good enough. Thanks.
Thank you. Nobody is popping up. You are good to go. So that is the end of the department presentation. So I think we're back to Mr. Eamon for the 10-year capital plan.
Thank you, Mayor Macon. Yes, so the last item on today's agenda is the presentation of the proposed 10-year capital plan. And this is for years 2026 through 2035 inclusive. Information on the 10-year capital plan can be found in Section 3 of the capital budget document. Just be aware that there are 2 versions of the plan that we've included, a complete and fully updated version started on page 3-1. This version includes forecasts of planned capital funding sources, along with estimated operating impacts, property taxes, and debt usage. And there's also a track changes version of the plan starting on page 3-5. Changes to the plan since council last adopted it way back in December 2024 are shown in red. Both versions include the horizon list, which I'll present in more detail later in my presentation. As a reminder, at the conclusion of my presentation, council may ask administration clarifying questions and or flag items to be brought back for later discussion. Directors responsible for capital projects within the 10-year capital plan are here to assist. The 2026 to 2035 capital plan is a flexible multi-year planning tool that the city uses to plan for and track its investment in capital assets. It includes approximately $312.6 million in total planned spending and corresponding funding for city projects over the entire 10-year period. In addition, there are approximately $168 million in developer levy funded projects which are identified separately. The 10-year capital plan incorporates the goals and initiatives of the strategic plan, as well as other multi-year plans and studies which are cross-referenced in the notes provided within the document. The plan has been prepared in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, which requires Council to review and update the plan on an annual basis, and it also complies with the City's operating and capital budgets policy. As per the budget policy, Council is scheduled to perform another review of the 10-year capital plan, along with updates in June of next year. The 10-year capital plan breaks down into 5 major asset categories as shown. The majority at 40% consist of engineering structures, followed by developer levy projects at 36%, buildings at 13%, vehicles, machinery, and equipment at 9%, and land improvements at 2%. So in the next few slides, I'll walk through some of the key projects within each of the major asset categories over the entire 10-year period. Starting with engineering structures, the largest category includes approximately $200.6 million in total projected costs. Significant projects include the ongoing annual maintenance programs for local road and neighborhood rehabilitation, which together account for approximately $110 million, or 57% of the total costs in this category. The Veterans Way Corridor Widening Project for $30.4 million is a multi-year project. Design for the widening and north crossing projects is scheduled for 2028, with construction to occur between 2029 and 2033. The pedestrian crossing north is expected to be completed in 2029. The alternate waterline project for $25.4 million includes an estimated $1.2 million for design costs and $24.2 million for construction. Design is planned for 2027, with construction to follow in 2028. The Veterans Way Pedestrian Crossing South project includes design work in 2030, with construction to be completed in 2031. And lastly, the South Fort Drive and South Fort Boulevard Widening Design and Construction project for $6.8 million. Vehicles, machinery, and equipment include total planned expenditures of approximately $42 million. The city's annual fleet and equipment lifecycle replacement is the largest project at approximately $20 million. The Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP implementation for $5.4 million was presented as a 2026 capital budget recommendation. Other key projects within this category include equipment lifecycle replacements for fire, the Dow Centennial Center, information technology, and culture. The source of funding for these replacements is generally done through the vehicle and equipment lifecycle replacement reserves. Total projected costs for buildings are approximately $63 million. Major projects include $26.6 million for design and construction of a new arena at the DCC, $20.9 million for planning and construction of a new fire station, $13.5 million for the facility lifecycle annual program, and $1.5 million for the live training center as part of the new fire station. $6.8 million has been earmarked for land and land improvements. Key projects include the cemetery expansion phase 1 design and construction, materials handling site design and construction, playground equipment lifecycle replacement, and the bike skills park design and construction. Developer levy projects represent new construction as well as above and below ground infrastructure located within the city's growth areas. These projects are fully funded through developer levies, which is why they're presented separate from city projects within the 10-year capital plan. Total projected costs of roughly $168 million include the South Annex Lands Reservoir for $36 million, along with future work planned for various intersections, roadways, sanitary and drainage systems within city limits. Pursuant to the operating and capital budgets policy, the city maintains a horizon list of capital projects currently excluded from the 10-year capital plan. The list is shown on pages 3-4 and 3-8 of the capital budget document. These projects may not have a specified capital funding source, or they may have an insufficiently refined cost, scope, or business case, which is why they're on this list. Council is required by policy to review the horizon list as part of the annual budget process to determine whether capital projects listed should remain on the list, be removed, or moved for inclusion within the 10-year capital plan. Currently, there are 16 capital projects listed, with a few notable items including the Harbor Pool repurpose and demolition, the intersection interchange and industrial bypass, public works operational sites, Chapeau Park River Valley Staircase, and the Clover Park Bridge. So the next couple of slides highlight some key financial impacts arising from the 10-year capital plan, starting with a breakdown of the planned funding sources over the 10-year period. So moving left to right, debt borrowing makes up 17% of total proposed funding. Most of this borrowing occurs in years 2026 through 2028 and in 2031, with 4 major construction projects, including the new aquatics facility, the fire station, alternate water line, and the new arena at the DCC. I have more details of the city's proposed debt usage on the next slide. Next, municipal reserves make up 24% of total funding. The city's municipal reserves are established and maintained under the financial reserves policy. Reserves provide the most flexible source of funding for capital projects and are most appropriate for funding the replacement of infrastructure and equipment, along with support funding for major construction projects. Grant funding makes up 8% of the total. This includes the LGFF and CCBF capital grants. Future capital grants have been estimated using the most current information available and are based on current funding levels. Annual capital funding for 15%. This represents ongoing funding from operations and is primarily used to fund the city's annual capital programs, such as the local road and neighborhood rehabilitation projects. Developer levy reserves for 35% are restricted for use by developer levy projects only. And finally, 1% is provided from trade-in values and proceeds on disposal. This graph shows the proposed future impacts of the 10-year capital plan on the city's debt usage. The blue dashed line at 100% represents the regulated debt limit established by the province and is based on the formula of 1.5 times municipal revenues. The orange dashed line at 75%, this represents the city's internal debt limit established by the city's debt management policy, and the internal debt limit is set at 75% of the regulated limit. The bars represent the anticipated debt usage starting in 2025 and throughout the 10-year capital plan, and debt usage is expressed as a percentage of the regulated debt limit each year. So as you can see on the graph, the city's debt usage starts climbing in 2026 due to first-year construction of the new aquatics facility. In 2027, second-year construction of the pool coincides with first-year construction of the new fire station. In 2028, the final year of construction for the fire hall occurs, along with construction of the alternate water line. The debt usage subsides a bit after that, and has another increase in 2031 with the addition of the planned new arena. Based on the current proposed 10-year capital plan, the anticipated debt usage remains below the 75% internally imposed debt limit throughout the 10-year period. And this concludes my presentation of the 10-year capital plan. Directors responsible for capital projects within the plan, along with the budget team, and I are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll start with Councillor Nguyen.
Thanks. I had questions on 2 projects on the horizon list. I was under the impression that the Clover Park Bridge was something that was more of a requirement to have work completed on it for it to be operational. And this, it's not a question for you, but I thought I was going to see that in a capital budget proposal. And I do apologize if this question has already been asked this morning or,
Nope.
Oh, okay, thanks.
You're good.
Through the mayor to Councillor Noy, and I'll take the first crack at it, and
okay.
Richard will have more to answer. So we do an evaluation of that bridge every couple of years to see where we're at. To date, we're able to maintain it as a pedestrian bridge the way it is right now. It hasn't been identified to say it needs to be replaced at a specific time yet. It's coming. We know could be, if we do the next assessment, it could say it's 5 years out, or it could say it's 10 years out. So we don't have a time frame to put it back in yet. So we're just keeping it on the horizon list so we don't forget.
And that was my impression of that project, is that it would be done in conjunction with an access point from, you can tell me what the street name is now, the township road that it travels south past Sienna. Sure, let's go with that for intensive. I mean, it was the old road connection. Let's just call it that, right? So is that something that I guess is being looked at by your department concurrently as a project with as it's listed in the horizon?
Not directly with the 223 or 101st Street
connection to the bridge.
Those ones are they're not related necessarily, but it would be a bridge that at some point we're going to have to do. We just don't know the time frame around it yet.
Okay, and for utilization for vehicular traffic, then that's not something that is a requirement or being proposed. Okay. Yep. Okay. Thanks.
Just for emergency access.
Just for emergency access.
Yeah. Emergency access, right. Thank you for that clarification.
And the capacity is 3 tons, a maximum of 3 tons.
Okay, so
to remain in the middle of the bridge. So
the pickup truck, basically, as yeah,
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And the other one I had from Horizon's list is industrial bypass. I don't remember a significant amount of discussion about this, but isn't this interchange and bypass something that I don't know why it's on our Horizon list. Perhaps is what I'm saying. Given that we have Veterans Way expansion on our capital plan, we know roughly the year that's going to be commencing if the Council of the Day chooses to go forward with it, and then therefore the priority of that project, or even the feasibility of that project as well within municipal boundaries of Fort Saskatchewan, I think is in question. And maybe this is something that could be taken back for further information if it doesn't need to be commented on.
Through the Mayor to Councilor Noyan, so just I can give a little bit of background on it, then if there's anything else you need, we may have to go back. So from a regional context, in terms of the regional plans that have been done, they keep identifying the bypass and the interchange as future projects out 2045 and beyond in terms of timeline. So it's also identified within our transportation master plan, especially the bypass project, as a requirement, again, at the far end of our planning horizon. So that's why it's on the horizon list and not within any other program.
And that's fair. Good to know. Thank you. That's all I really needed. It's a placeholder essentially for a future year far beyond a 10-year capital plan even. Okay. Thank you.
And sorry, Councillor Ketcher is next. I just accidentally clicked her off.
Okay, thank you. So the question that I have, and it's probably more related to Troy, when is this council going to have the conversation about the alternate water line? Because we were told we haven't made a final decision yet. We're going to have a conversation, but as I keep hearing what's going on through these conversations, it feels like it's set in stone. And I'm quite curious about that, because when you have somebody else who could be a funding partner, I'd like to know when we're going to have that conversation.
Through the mayor, the plan is to have a conversation with council in camera on December 12th, and then we would like to provide more information in a public setting in Q1. So through those discussions, that would be a great opportunity to have additional conversations.
Okay, I think it's really important to be able to start talking about this in public. The other one that I have, and it's regarding the arena, and I'm twinning of the arena at the Dow. We've got some funding in 2030. So as I'm looking at that, if some of these other projects don't go forward or get shifted, is it possible to move that forward? That seems to be the next highest priority on people's list in this community.
Yeah, through your worship. So in the operating budget portion of when we'll be talking about this, which is probably going to be when we're here on Thursday, there is a recommendation in there to do an update to the culture and recreation master plan. And part of that work is meant to explore that question, to reanalyze the need for the new arena, to potentially talk with stakeholders about what type, timing and whatnot. So the idea was that we would explore that question through that body of work. If council wishes to move faster than that, then certainly that could be looked at too. It'd probably take direction of council to do that though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rondawa?
Yes. One or two little clarifying questions. So the bike skills park, just because I remember this number, it adds up to 1.06 million here. But I want to say we were told about 900,000 earlier. So could we, through a point of information, just kind of get that clarified over the next couple days?
Through the mayor, yeah, just a clarification question, or sorry, point of clarification. The total project number that was outlined there, I think maybe didn't fully or didn't get corrected for some savings we found with leaving the project for 2 years. Because as mentioned, we'll be bringing over a large amount of dirt from the harbor pool. If we would have moved forward this year in doing the entire project, it would have cost that $1 million because there would have been so much additional work to actually get the ground in proper state to actually build upon. By leaving it for 2 years, the consultant thinks it will settle enough that we can dramatically reduce some of the costs there. And that's why I mentioned the $900,000 numbers, because that's closer to what we'd expect if we leave it for the 2 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Eamon, I had a question regarding your debt projections that you had on that graph. What are the key, I guess, variables that we're using in that model? And are any of them subject to change? Like, for example, Dow's expansion?
Through the mayor to Councillor Randau, yes, there are some estimates and variables in play, obviously, since it is a future projection. One of the things is the increase in revenue that the city will be subjected to over the 10-year period, which will directly impact the debt limits. We used very conservative estimates, I believe, at 6% per year growth. We don't have enough information to figure out which year the property tax revenue will get a boost from industry. So we took more of a static approach to this. So there is some variables at play here, but we do believe that given the conservative nature of our estimates, that it paints a pretty realistic picture, and hopefully it's better than what we're seeing on the screen.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is from all the models that we've created, this is the most conservative option?
I think we could be more conservative. I think we went with a realistic expectation of growth given our current information that we have.
Okay, and this is usually 1.5 times our revenue, right? That's how we do it?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so have we modeled out if some of these industrial things don't happen? Like, where would we end up on these numbers? Not saying it will, but I don't know if that's part of an information we could get to council, but just some ranges of what these debt limits would look like.
I'll just defer that to Ms. Andruko.
Through to the mayor, we don't have any big numbers in here for industry forecasted, like Mr. Eamon had mentioned. We don't have a lot of that information available at our fingertips right now, so this is pretty conservative. I think if we do get an uptake in industry, it'll improve the debt limit, bring the bar graphs down from the 75%.
Okay, so we're just doing 6% annual growth. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that standard based on past years?
Yeah, we were looking at our historical information, and that's where we landed for this.
Okay. Maybe like an information request, but for a new counselor, there's a lot of projects on here, but all the information I have is like the title of the project. Like, would it be possible to get more information on some of these things? Like, for example, like Veterans Way pedestrian crossing north, all I know is that it's a pedestrian crossing on Veterans Way and it's north. It'd be nice to have more information before I have to vote on this stuff.
Yeah, through the mayor, if you could, there's a lot of things on this list. In some cases, there is no project background for them. But if there's anything specific that you're looking for, it'd probably be easier for us, even if you want to email it in later, going, here's the ones I'm most interested in. That would help us. Okay. And we can see what readily available information we have.
I'll just chime in too. On our website, we do have a section on major capital projects. So anything that's over 500,000, there's more detail on our website, and we can provide that link through the clarifying questions.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Blizzard.
So we saw a chart much like this that had us exceeding our own internal 75% debt limit. So what's the difference here? Did you take more of a growth in our income? This last year, 2 years ago, when we were discussing this, there was somewhere we actually, looking at the forecast, were over our 75% debt limit. And now this is showing that we're staying under it the whole time.
Through to the mayor, I think as the years go on and we get more information, we get better at the forecasting.
Better accuracy?
So probably a couple of years ago, these were too far out, and we were working with some really high-level numbers that we were throwing into the model.
Okay, thank you.
You're good? Okay, Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, so just following up on Councillor Rendell's question about the revenue assumptions, you worked in a 6% per year increase, and that's I understand that's based on past experience, correct?
That's correct, and plus some of the growth that we're seeing too, which will have an impact on our revenues and fees and charges and fine revenue and maybe in our property tax.
So what's typical? What would you consider? How much does that fluctuate?
I think we're pretty even. I think some of our we've been pretty good at forecasting some of that. I think in this coming year we have a little bit more growth and money coming in, but it depends on different situations. I can't really.
No. I'm just curious. Just history in your past experience. It's on average 6% with what would be a typical, I'll ask, standard deviation or something like that.
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Wesley, I don't think we've taken it to that level of detail. I think what we've looked at is what has been the percentage of growth in property tax revenue given the residential, commercial, and some light industrial or industrial, and that 6% seems to be the average. And so we've used that as the best tool to forecast 10 years forward.
The only reason I ask is that the variability probably most of the time doesn't matter, but as we get bumping up into that in the 70s there with our debt limit, then any kind of fluctuation is going to kind of start to impact us a little bit harder.
Right, and the overriding, as Ms. Andruko mentioned, was as we get new data, this is a moving target, and we will continue to update this for council's use and for our own.
Okay. And maybe just one more question. So, lot of forecasting for the future. I assume there's an assumed inflation rate through all that. Any idea how sensitive these estimates are to fluctuations in that inflation rate?
Do you know, Shannon?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Can you just restate that?
Sure. So in all the future capital spending, right? I assume there's an inflation rate probably built into those estimates somewhere. First maybe what is that inflation rate, and then second of all, what would be a 1 percentage point, 1 point change in that inflation rate, higher or lower? How would we expect that to impact these estimates and potentially our debt limit?
I can answer based on the capital projects, and we're working through putting them into the capital budget. We do work in inflation, and inflation on some of the projects are quite high because of construction costs, machinery and equipment, which vary quite greatly from the operating budget. We haven't really done any of that sensitivity testing. I don't know if that helps you.
Mr. Eamon, did you want to supplement anything?
Yeah, I would just add to that, just to say that when we build in the 10-year capital plan in the projects, we take a very close look at construction projects. When we plan them out so many years, we do apply a very a detailed calculation of inflation going forward. Off the top of my head, I think we probably use a little bit different for each project. So I can't provide you with a 5%, 6%, that type of thing. But I know when we plan it out as to when it hits the capital plan, we do factor in inflation and foreign currency and things like that would add to the cost.
Okay, thank you both of you.
All right, going to round two, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. If nothing is removed from the capital budget, what is the total real dollar operational impact of the new capital projects?
Through to your mayor. On page 3-2 of your document, on the 10-year capital plan, we do have the operating impacts itemized there. So for 2026 is 3.7 million.
And that is, sorry, I did see that. So that is the operational impact in 2026.
That's correct.
Solely due to capital projects.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all from now. Can I just ask one more question? Because I wasn't able to be here this morning. I went through my notes earlier in the budget, and there are questions I had. The risk of repeating things that have been already asked. Is it best that I send these through to administration prior to the next budget meeting, or?
How many questions do you have? Is there
enough?
Like, I could bring the directors in here and we could answer if there's 4 or 5 maybe, but is there more than that?
I
Just
think
trying to get
so,
a sense
because
for
there's
scope.
4 or 5 on transit.
Okay.
Alone, yeah.
What I would, so on how many different items? Because if they've been flagged already, they'll be back.
Right, and I think that might be best, and I'll try to summarize them, maybe in brief, and review what happened earlier today prior to doing so.
Yeah, just come and see Sandy and myself later. Any questions you have on an item that's been flagged, you'll still get a chance to answer them. They come back a second time.
Right.
So we just have to figure out if you have questions on any items that have not been flagged.
Okay.
And then we'll figure out how to deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And of course, if you review the tape from this morning, some of those might have been answered. Yeah. Councillor Randawa.
Enjoy watching the tape. It was thrilling this morning. Thrilling. Piggybacking on Councillor Wesley, would it be possible to get an information request just to get that growth rate that we used to get to that 6% over the past 10 years or so on revenue? Yeah? Okay. Awesome. And is it possible to make another just information request in general? Okay.
Absolutely.
There was a lot of different reserves we talked about and like money coming from reserves. Is it possible, and you tell me if it's not, to get a list of all of our reserves and what we deem as their health and like a red, amber, green rating for them?
Through Mayor Macon to Councillor Randawa. So I would say wait for the operating budget presentation, which I'll have a presentation on financial reserves itself. Some of your questions might get answered.
Okay, sounds good.
To add to that, if you go to the operating budget in the reserve section, you will see the reserves and where they're sitting at ending balance and optimal balance.
Okay, sounds good.
Perfect. Not seeing anything else. Before I adjourn, I'll go to Ms. Bugea to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to spend a few moments reviewing the flagged items and the information requests so that we're all aware of what's been asked. And this may help Councillor Nguyen as well. So we had a total of 5 flagged items. The local road rehabilitation project was flagged. The neighborhood rehabilitation project was flagged. Local transit bus stops improvement project was flagged. The new docks at Lyons Community Fish Pond, and the ERP modernization and implementation. So all of those projects were flagged for further discussion and consideration. In terms of information requests, we have about 15, so bear with me. We have one for information on the most recent neighborhood rehabilitation study. We had an information request for the last local road rehabilitation study and or information on the year-over-year cost for local road rehabilitation program, as well as the kilometers of roads added in the last 10 years and plans for future road rehabilitation. We had a request for 2 years of what is projected for the facility life cycle replacement plan. We had an information request for the fire equipment life cycle replacement reserve for the fire truck replacement. How much of the fire truck costs can be addressed through the reserve rather than the LGFF funding? We had an information request for a further explanation on the impact of the city's management of fire equipment maintenance in terms of fire insurance rates and costs to homeowners. We had an information request for more detailed information on downtime for fire vehicles and some more context on the potential risks related to that downtime. We had an information request for the number of city bus stops that are currently concrete versus asphalt, as well as the number of transit improvements as set out in the 2024 Transit Review Action Plan that have been completed thus far. We had a request for information with year-over-year data or maps on snow clearing time in residential areas. We had an information request on the city's snow clearing approach and levels of service. We had another information request on the safety considerations related to the fencing around the Storm Pond and West River's Edge Dog Park. We had a request for the list of approved names in the names registry. We had an information request on the approach for and possible standardization of signs for city parks and facilities. We're getting there. We had an information request on confirming the projected $17,500 in 2026 for park maintenance as set out in the Bike Skills Park project. We had a request for the details of what has been spent to date on the Bike Skills Park. We had a request for more information on the various projects in terms of descriptions noted in the 10-year capital plan. And then finally, we had an information request on how the growth rate of 6% is calculated in terms of the city's debt projections.
Thank you for that. Is there any last questions? Not seeing any. We are back tomorrow for regular council meeting, November 18th, and back for budget on Thursday, November 20th. With that, I'll call us adjourned at 3:33.